And welcome everybody to the Tales on Tap Tavern, a place where good friends get together and share stories of carnivals causing chaos, competitive flump whacking, and how desires can lead you astray. I hope you're all doing well, and thank you so much for joining us. And without further ado, I think some introductions are in order. So I'm Hannah. I'll be DMing this Feywild one shot. I'm up in the Northwest, and I've been playing D&D for about 7 years. And one time I accidentally whacked Professor Brian Cox in the face with a lecture theatre door. So, Dan, how about Professor Brian Cox?
Oh, okay. So you said it so fast, I was like, who's Vanessa Cox?
No, Professor Brian Cox.
Quite different.
All right, Dan, how about you tell us a bit about yourself and what you think smells better, fresh cut grass, apple pie, or bread baking in the oven?
Ooh, that's a tough one. That's a real tough one. So, hi guys, my name's Dan. I'm the resident DM here at Tales on Tap. I've been playing D&D for what feels like a lifetime now, but only a few years at this point. Again, just to reiterate, thanks everyone for tuning in. My favourite out of those three would probably be apple pie, because I'm a little fatty.
Valid, okay.
Legitimate.
I wasn't expecting that.
Oh my god. All right, Natalie, how about you tell us a bit about yourself and what your go-to comfort or guilty pleasure film is?
Oh, that's a toughie. Okay, so I'm Natalie. I've been playing roughly 2 years. I'm a lockdown convert, to be fair. Never played in real life. That is a goal of mine. I gotta say Rocky Horror. So I know it's not everyone's bag, but that's
the classic.
It's all good.
Anytime.
Can't go wrong.
It's fair. All right, let's go for Chris. Tell us a bit about yourself and what your go-to D&D snack is.
Oh my god. Okay. Well, my name's Chris, or Christian. I'm from South London. Recently moved to Brighton. I've been playing D&D for just over 6 years. And it's got to be Maltesers, surely, right? I mean,
massive shout.
Or Maltesers, although if you want a bit of controversy, Haribo cola bottles without the sugar on them, just the plain ones.
No, controversial.
Fight me.
I'll side with you on that, Christian.
Thank you. Some sane people here, thank God.
Evan, tell us a bit about yourself and what the most useless talent you have is.
Oh my god, okay. Hi everyone, my name's Evan. I'm from Sweden, so I'm the only non-native English-speaking person in this group. I've been playing D&D for about 2-3 years, and my most, what did you say, my most useless
Useless talent.
Most useless talent, yeah.
I mean, controversial topic, playing D&D? No.
Valid.
Go with it.
Oh, there we go. We're nice.
Nice.
All right, everyone.
That's it for me, guys. I'm my guest anyway. Bye.
All right, Steve, tell us a bit about yourself and would you rather spend a day in a slard colony or spend a week in a house-shaped friendly mimic? So the entire house is a mimic, and you spend an entire week there, or in a slard colony for a day.
Okay, well, I'm Steve. I'm from the West Midlands. I've been playing D&D for roughly just over 2 years now. And I would have to say, after watching Monster House, I would go with the friendly house mimic. I reckon that would be interesting.
Fair play.
It's a good shout. Slads suck.
Slads really do suck. And last but not least, Dan, tell us a bit about yourself and what is the weirdest gift you've ever received?
These are good.
All right. So I'm Dan, the other Daniel. I'm like Natalie. I've been playing D&D for just over 2 years. I started when the pandemic hit. Never played in real life. I might try it. I'm in the East Midlands of England, and weirdest present I've ever got.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's appropriate for the stream.
Enough said.
Yeah, let's just leave that to one with your imagination and go.
All right.
It's not appropriate for the part before the watershed.
Well, on that
Couldn't have
note,
been that useless then.
No, it was definitely a useful gift.
all right, and moving swiftly onwards. Before we get into tonight's session, I believe we have a couple of announcements. So I'm going to pass back to Dan for those.
Thank you very much. Guys, thank you so much for being here this evening. First of all, we wouldn't be here without, well, us, but you guys play a big part in that. So thank you very much for tuning in for this evening. This has been months of hard work and effort put into the background to get us all ready for tonight's session. We will be streaming every single week on a Tuesday, 6 p.m. GMT. You'll catch the first 3 episodes of this phase shot, which is a one-shot adventure that we're all going to play through, and then we will be jumping into our full-fledged campaign. So more information on that coming very, very soon. If you do miss an episode, don't worry, you won't have to slay yourselves in the streets over it. We post our videos out on a Friday at 7 p.m. on our YouTube channel. The link's down in the thingy-bob or on the About page, so you'll be able to find all that information there. And if you're more of a listener than a watcher, some people are, it's a choice, we will be releasing the podcast of every session on the following Monday of each week, so you should get that on most of your streaming platforms when you listen to me. Big things on the horizon as well, lots of little projects that are going on in the background we're very excited about, but yeah, that pretty much wraps it up. Don't forget to click all the links and social bits. Love you guys.
Social bits.
Social bits!
Click those
Click
social
on our
bits.
social bits.
That's
90 minutes
That's-
in,
I mean-
I'm already downhill.
socially
They're gonna
acceptable,
meet me
right?
eventually.
Is that that's fine. That's fine. I feel that.
It's fine. Anyway, I believe that's everything. So with all that said and done, let's get into the episode. So sit back, get comfy, and as we get into tonight's episode of Tales on Tap. All right. So controversial opening. I need someone to roll a d6 for me.
I'll roll it. 4.
4. Okay. All right then.
Oh, okay.
We all wake up dead.
I didn't expect any of this. Nobody told me that they'd be rolling dice.
It's not nice being on the other side of it, is it?
What is this about?
Endless darkness surrounds you. There's an emptiness in your chest. You struggle to breathe. A pit of unease sinks into your bones. Arios, you feel a crack of lightning strike to your right, grazing past your shoulder, illuminating you in a purple crackling static light, shadows almost seeming to weave through the bolts as it strikes down. With this feeling of unease settled deep within your core, would you care to describe who it is we see illuminated by this purple light in this moment, Arios? Who do we see? Describe your character. Steve.
Oh, you're talking to me, right?
I'm talking to you.
So when she refers to your character in character's name, she's talking to you.
I'm
buddy.
talking to you.
I'm getting confused.
Great start.
Mine and Owen's, mine and Evan's name, they're very similar sounding.
Fine.
So, Eros Gold Scale is a 7-foot gold dragonborn wearing sort of dulled from time, sort of chainmail, wearing sort of slightly weathered clothes. He's been travelling for a fairly long time. He's a middle of the road, about 30-year-old dragonborn at this point. No hair on his face, but he has got a crest of 2 horns sweeping back, almost like a sweep back hairstyle. That is as much as I'm going to give you.
Ooh.
So, as your eyes adjust to this purple luminescence, you see, cased in shadow in the distance, what appears to be a glint of black onyx on a stone statue. Then at once, the light that was there seems to almost be absorbed by this strange gem, pulling in any light in its vicinity. And with a rippling crackle, pitch darkness returns again. A voice echoes in the air around you, seemingly coming from nowhere and everywhere all at once. A voice you've heard once or twice before in your dreams, but never directly addressing you. My child, you have served me well. I would ask a favor. Titania of the Fey Realm, she has accepted my request to allow a champion to attend the circus in my stead. I ask that you do this for me. I sense something amiss in the balance. Something is happening. Stay vigilant. With that, you jolt awake. Your modest abode in Blightshore comforts you slightly, but that unease still lingers. You look around, frantic, your heart palpitating, and you look to your small writing desk in the corner, and perched atop, pinned down by a small pair of bronze scales, an envelope lies waiting for you.
Okay, I go to my desk and light the candle and open the letter.
Okay. So within the letter, well, the letter itself it should be in your handouts now on Roll20.
Just things. Okay.
This is not very viewer friendly. I apologize.
You guys got handouts?
If only there are handouts.
Secrets?
Motherfuckers getting handouts?
Secrets?
Secrets. Am I to read?
You do not have to, if you do not wish to. But that is what you get. And also within the envelope itself, as you break the golden wax seal that holds it shut, there is a ticket that seems to have this luminescent glow. Some arcane ability, like some kind of arcane signature that you're not too familiar with, but
Okay.
you find that.
Okay.
Okay. So you have your tickets, you have the letter,
Yes.
and you begin gathering your things for a mission from Arathis herself has been presented at your feet.
Okay.
I need somebody else to roll me a d6, please.
On it? Oh, you caught me by like this much!
Missed the first one.
3. All right. Elspar! You rolled yourself!
Hell yeah. Sorry, there was a joke in there, but I'm not going to make it.
You begin your rise from a fairly restful sleep after successfully sending yet another rogue fey creature back to the Feywild, a young satyr by the name of Alora. The sun pierces through your closed eyelids, vision red with warmth and the warmth flushing your skin, and you feel the soft leaves and twigs that you've masterfully crafted and totally not stolen into your makeshift nest up in a tall oak tree somewhere outside of where the humans call Felderwin, but you've taken to call Semender. As you open and rub the sleep out of your eyes, would you care to describe who it is we see waking from their slumber?
So currently nestled amongst a web of twigs is about a 1 foot tall, fairly slender humanoid with what you might mistake for dragonfly's wings. He has a flash of red hair that kind of spikes up behind his head, kind of Ginger Vegeta kind of looking. And he has a black mark over his left eye. Maybe some smeared ink or a birthmark. It's hard to tell in the low light. Still strapped over his chest is a short bow. Although, it'd barely be a short bow to anyone else, it'd be a tiny bow. And he's got a small sort of short sword on his waist. and he's slept very kind of sprawled out and crooked and snoring.
Okay.
But
So yeah,
wipes away a bit of dribble.
yeah. You wake up. You frantically kind of wipe away the dribble from your mouth, and you look around, and amidst the regular shinies that you have there, you catch a glint of gold, a wax seal, closing an envelope. Incites your curiosity, but as you kind of go to look further, you notice that it's not just that lies there. There is a second envelope, this time sealed with an inky black seal.
And that wasn't there when I went to sleep, no?
It was not there when you went to sleep.
Okay, so I immediately go up to the edge of the door, get my bow out, and knock an arrow. I'm just going to peer out the hole of the bird's nest that I made.
Make me a perception check.
Okay. Perception, that is, oh my god, 26.
26, holy shit.
You perceive the entire world.
Everything.
I perceive everything that was and will be.
So atop this branch, you're kind of immediately at the ready for any sign of threat. You don't see anything. You notice that the way the envelopes have been placed looks as though they've kind of almost been thrown in from afar, not wanting to disturb you. You can just deduce from the placement and how they've landed that it's like it hasn't been someone's come directly up to it and placed them there. It's more of a delivery type of thing.
Yeah, cool.
You do spot up in the furthest tall branches, you see the bird from whom you stole this nest glaring at you.
I give him a... I go back in.
And then just like flies off.
I'll go back in and I'll, with my dagger, I assume the letter is fairly large compared to me.
It is fairly large compared to you. Yes.
So with my little short sword, which would be barely a letter opener to anyone not my size, I'm just going to flick the wax seal and open it up.
And if you look in your handouts, you'll see you'll find what you see.
Lovely jubbly. Cool.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll save that. I'll let it move on to someone else.
All right then. D4 this time.
Cool, I'll roll it. It's a 2.
It's a 2. Okay. Lucian, you've been away in the Feywild for some time, doing various odds and ends to make your way. And in the most recent weeks, it struck you as slightly odd because there seems to be a lot more movement happening, a lot more preparation work seems to be going on. And as you kind of been scoping it out, curiosity piqued. You see posters dotted all over the place for a carnival that's coming to town. And after inquiring with some of your contacts, you know this to be the Carnival of the Ages, this once in a millennia event that comes to the Feywild. And then more recently, you've spotted posters advertising acts, and a certain red tiefling catches your attention, and you don't know if it's her. You don't know, but it could be. And this drive within you to figure that out makes you inquire with your contacts at the court, albeit subtly, not wanting to raise any suspicions, and you have been able to secure an invite by paying off one of the carnival goers. You don't have an official invitation, but you do have a ticket. So, on this morning, where you sit in your quite luxurious tent on the outskirts of whatever society there is in the Feywild, it's a bit sporadic here and there. Who is it that we see?
So, sat within his lamp, actually, under the shade of a small tree, just whiling away the hours, staring at the poster of the person he thinks he may be seeing. Lucian is about 6'4" for a tiefling. He has pale reddish skin. It seems to darken in areas sort of on the bridge of the nose, the tips of the ears, around his fingers, where it looks like it's been reddened up for some reason. His eyes are black with deep yellow irises, his teeth sharpened, his tongue forked. From his back, a very slender tail with a small point. 6 fingers on each hand. He sort of plays with the poster a little bit. His hair is sort of a very midnight inky blue that's down at the moment but gets pulled up into sort of like this very rough and ready bob in the back, horns that seem to go in waves, so it'll start as a small one and then move back until they curl into the back. Clothing wise, I mean, think sort of 15th century pirate. It's a lot of baggy clothing, big trousers, long knee-high boots, this faded red leather jacket with ruffle and gold trim and just bullion and design wherever he can. And as he sort of does that thing where people flip coins through a finger with the ticket, as he just goes from the end top to the back with the thing, he just, well, if this really is you, then I've got places to be. Can't be staying here all day. And he sort of rolls it up and places it in his thing and then comes out of his lamp, picks it up, dusts it a little bit, gets it off, and just onto his belt and starts making his way to where he needs to be.
He comes
Amazing.
out of his lamp.
He comes out of his lamp.
Oh,
Fucking
shit.
All right, amazing. Another D4 for me, please.
Someone else roll that.
1.
All right. Now, Reginald, you've been up for some time. Sat in a makeshift burrow you've made in the summer court. You've been jotting down the latest dream that you've had, making sure that everything is accounted for. You continue your morning routine, running drills to keep in tip-top shape. After all, the Hair Force can't have its commander slacking now, can it? Who is it?
You're
You say?
absolutely right. He cannot be slacking. That would be remiss of him. You see him currently concentrating on his dream journal. He has to make sure that everything is correct and present. So he's sitting back, reclined as such, with quite a nice large-sized cigar in his mouth. You'll see that he's wearing a blue striped tunic with what is in fact a steel breastplate upon his chest. Stature roughly around 4 feet tall. Ears giving him an extra foot. So about 5 foot to the common folk. He is going to continue writing in his dream journal, running his drills, but it's a lovely morning. The sun's out and he's taking it in.
All right. So as you're taking in this lovely morning and you're kind of just going through the motions of running your drills, as you go to strike at a training dummy made of straw and fabrics in front of you, littered in strike marks from previous consecutive blows, you feel a light pat on your shoulder, very small, and you whirl your blade around and almost collide with a very small pixie with a shock of black hair, shaven on one side, wearing what you know to be typical Sealy Court attire. You recognize this individual from previous tasks you've been given by the court to be Hedrick. This nervous messenger shakes, holding up an envelope about 3 times their size. Don't kill me, sir. Don't kill me. I'm so sorry, sir. I don't mean to intrude. But we've got another job for you, you see. Titania, my lady, she requests your presence at the carnival this eve. Your ticket is in this envelope. She says she'll give you your orders close to the time.
Did anybody ever warn you not to sneak up on people like that? I'm afraid you nearly lost your head for. Be careful next time. I'm quicker than I look. I kind of like snatch it out of his hand.
Try. Oh, sorry, sir. I did try to announce my presence, but I think you were too in your head. I'm so sorry, sir. I'm so sorry.
Goodbye.
I'll be off now.
He just
and
kind of
flutters away.
He doesn't even look at him. He just kind of like drops the envelope into his dream journal, finishes up what he's writing, and then just kind of like turns it over a couple of times contemplatively, and then a split second later, he kind of puts it back. And if you kind of look to where his chest is, you see that just to the edge of his breastplate, there is a small pin of a bronze color on his chest, and he taps it. Captain's log, Fade date 374.2. It seems that the Sealy Court have once again require my assistance. I must attend this evening. I'll gather intel and report back. Out. And taps his chest again.
You did not.
You had me a dream journal, but the fucking.
Oh, I'm a player, baby.
The DM gloves are off. He's going. Right. Hang on 1 second. This music is far too cheery.
Right, who's going to be Spock?
Okay.
Well, we have two people with the pointy ears.
So.
Tips on Uhura.
Okay, roll me D4 again. Let's just, unless anybody has a coin or a D2.
Do D2s exist?
Yeah,
I've
coins.
got a coin.
It's a coin.
Coins are literally D2s.
It's a 2.
Heads.
Oh,
It's a 2.
it's a 2.
All right. Freya. The day breaks as you hastily gather your things, adorning your dress and motioning at Finn to keep watch over the still sleeping figure on the large king-size mattress laden with luxurious pillows and quilts. Her blonde hair poking out from beneath the mattress, glistening in the light. As you begin to collect your clothes, would you care to describe your character?
Okay, she is a very slender, red-coloured elf with hair that waves right down her back. And she's wearing these sort of like very draping sort of dress that is only like held together by a belt at the waist. You do get the feeling if the belt came off, the whole thing would just completely fall off. She is wearing very fine jewellery, though on close inspection it might not be as fine as it looks. She's trying to be as quiet as possible, as to not disturb her current companion.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So you're quickly gathering your things, and as to be Freya's nature, you swiftly slip a coin pouch from the armoire into your bag. But an envelope catches your attention of this gold wax seal securing the envelope. But the seal you recognize, it strikes a memory from your childhood, that of the Sealy Court and the Court of Summers.
I look back at the unconscious person and I ponder for a second before taking the thing and just slip it in. I don't read it, I just slip it in the folds of my dress as I quietly tiptoe back.
Okay. So as you pick it up, it's almost just like just this waft of perfume kind of overwhelms your senses, and the smell of childhood just kind of floods your mind. Fresh blossoms and warm apple crumble just fill your senses, and you kind of just sigh at these nostalgic memories that are just flooding your mind. You slip it into your dress that is held in place by solely a belt, lodging it there, and you make your exit, Phoenix following swiftly behind you. Okay. And last, but certainly not least, Aniros, you wake up to the comfort of a bed. A nice change from the past few evenings where the coin has been scarce, but your first night back in Zadash proved fruitful. You feel the brisk chill of wind coming from the ajar window, like breezing against your foot, covers a chaotic display from a fitful sleep of tossing and turning, with your leg poking out as you're splayed out on the double bed. Would you care to describe the figure we see as they rise from their slumber?
Oh, baby, I'm excited about this.
Well, you see a green spring eldrin elf, male with sort of medium long hair, full of twigs and leaves in different colors and shapes. He's about 5'9", and slender, but quite sort of fit for for his size.
Athletic.
Athletic, yeah.
Lean.
He sort of drapes his bed sheet, which he hasn't felt the feel of fabric for quite some time, so he drapes it sort of around his waist and tries to look for his pants. But he left those. Sort of stumbles off and knocks over a tankard and goes, "Shit, not again." Right. All right. Eventually he finds them and he puts on his brown leather pants and this green and brown leather armor, and then he sort of looks into the window, tries to see his own reflection.
Mm-hmm. Just starts preening himself.
Sure, that'll do. Fine.
So as you are pulling yourself together and you move away from the window after having sufficiently checked yourself out, you walk backwards a second and you kind of stumble, still a bit sleep-ridden, and you accidentally kick your lute, which you just kind of tossed onto the floor the night previously, and you just hear this clang, 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 as the vibrations cause this discordant music to fill the room, the silence of the noontime, because let's be honest, you're not exactly an early riser. But your keen ears to music pick up that the vibrations are muffled by something. They don't sound like they normally would.
I go and turn my lute over and check to see if there's something.
Yeah,
stuck.
you hear a rustling inside as you like shake it and move it.
I'll see if I can sort of gently shake it out, not to do any sort of damage to the internal.
Yeah, so with a bit of work, you use your finesse and you manage to extract what is muffling the noise of your instrument, and you pull out an envelope. It's been very tightly compacted and shoved in there, which is why it was making all of the noise as you moved it around. But as you take it out, it just unfolds in your hand, sealed with a gold wax seal with your name on the front.
Would I have any knowledge of where it could be from?
Roll me a history check, please.
Let's see. That's a 4.
You honestly could be a fan letter from one of the people in the bar last night. Like, you really killed it. Someone's giving you their number for sure. Their sending message thing. Description for a sending message.
Oh, darling, you wish, and I'll toss the letter behind my back. And I'll see if I can find the tankard. That's not completely empty.
Okay. You find a tankard that seems to have a bit of a slosh in. Neck it, I assume. And as you do, you feel paper colliding with your mouth. It unfolds again.
Fuck. I'll open it.
Okay. In your handouts, you will see what it says.
You are cordially invited to attend Titanias Transplanar Tinkertop Circus as a guest from the court. Oh, God. Okay. Yep, sure. Let's get going.
You all
said to no one in
individually. Yeah. Hey, listen, he monologues.
He's a
They're a
performer.
monologuer. So you all, invitations or tickets received in some way or other, pick up your tickets and gather your essentials. And as you feel ready to go, unaware of what is to be expected, you feel a soft vibration emanating from the slip of paper in your hands. A soft glow begins to wrap around the red borders, illuminating you in a bright red light before it begins to unwind like a ribbon and swirl around you. And you feel the ground beneath you fall from under you, and you feel like you are jettisoned into a void of nothingness. You see a kaleidoscope of images around you, from bright lights to dark tunnels to what seems to be a giant gate in the distance, just emanating a bright, radiant light, before you feel the ground connect with your feet once more, and you all find yourself together outside a small glen, lit in the daylight of it's probably about noontime, but you cannot ascertain for sure. You see each other getting your bearings around you, and you also see a figure just off by a tent, about 3'3" in stature, unable to discern the race per se, just smoking a cigarette, just kind of taking it in, just breathing, and then she just kind of goes, "Shit, oh God, you guys weren't meant to be here for, oh God, you guys are early, okay," just frantically like puts out the cigarette, and it's just like, the next batch wasn't due for another part, never mind. Artemis, can you go sort those guys out over there, and I'll deal with these folks. And you see exiting the tent, kind of exhausted looking, a tiefling individual who kind of just nods to you all as they walk past and goes to deal with a couple of individuals in the far side. And this other individual approaches. I'm real sorry about that. I really wasn't expecting you guys. Hi, welcome to Titanias Transplanar Tinkertop Circus. I'm the welcoming committee, so hi.
Well, that's a mouthful.
I wasn't in charge of advertising.
Just out of curiosity, do you always throw people into the void before you bring them to your circus? Not that I mind, but, you know.
Oh, that's just kind of part of the process.
You see sort of just fly over your right shoulder, almost kind of like as if he's sort of lying down as he flies. He's sort of flying on his back. He's going, his wings have got a bit of like a to them. And he just goes, "First time, eh? Pardon me, excuse me, I believe this event is for me. I've been invited by the Seedy Court. I am Felspar, you're probably expecting me."
Hang on, and goes to pull out a clipboard type thing and just starts siphoning through names. And you see from beneath her,
should be up somewhere.
You see from beneath her long pink hair, slight movement on her shoulder, as a small pixie wearing a flat cap and tuxedo shoots out. And she's like, "Larry, can you help me? Felspar, was it?"
Felspar, Great Inquisitor Extraordinaire of the Summer Court.
Right. Okay. I'm sure you're here somewhere.
Well, I mean, surely you should know I'm coming. This event, I imagine, is.
I got you. Sorry, it was on one of the bet pages. Yeah, I got you. All right. Amazing. Can I see your ticket, please?
Certainly. Is there another door so I don't have to go in with a riffraff? You know what I mean?
I'll turn to the tiefling and go, "Is Toothpick with you?"
No, but apparently he has enough ego to match all of our statures, so just deal with it for the moment. They're a little bit like this.
Well, Freya hasn't said anything. She has just slightly, just gracefully moved to the back of the group,
Okay.
pulling Finn with her.
All right. So,
I'm going to lean over Lucian and Nearest's shoulders at that comment. The little ones usually have more ego.
Don't do that. I didn't realize you were behind me. You're quiet for someone so large.
I kind of resent that. Just saying. Anyway, yeah, Falspar, I got you here.
Resent or represent? Sorry,
Resent.
Oh, my apologies.
I mean, I am short too, but.
Oh, you're the perfect size. Don't worry.
Thank you. Anyway, can I see your ticket, please, Falspar?
Yeah. Here you go.
And she takes it. Oh, I'm Hayden, by the way. Hayden Riverblaze. It's nice to meet you.
Sure.
Okay.
Um,
And
I'm kind of sure it is nice, but can we move this along? We've been stood
I'm
here for
working
some.
on it.
Oh my God! Why are there so many people behind us? As he turns to look at
And as you kind of turn, you see that Reggie's got a very, very large cigar coming out the corner of his mouth, and he's kind of just got his sword in the ground, just leaning on it with one arm, just like, come on now, let's get this moving.
So Hayden takes the ticket from you, Falspar, and she's like, just so you guys know, it's kind of standard procedure. Obviously, you know if you've been here before, Falspar, but when you cash in your ticket, to make sure that you stay and abide by our rules, you have to enter a little pact. So I need to just deal with this here. And you see kind of from her hands, just these sparks of purple and pink energy waft around the ticket and then connect you, Falspar. They weave around you and connect you to the ticket. And I need you to roll me a D8, please.
A D8, Jesus.
A D8.
I think that's D8. Ooh, 2.
2, okay. So as this magic begins to weave, you don't see anything, Falspar. It just random magic stuff happening. But everybody else, you see this tiny crown of flowers begin to appear around Falspar's head. Just blossoming daisies surround, just a daisy chain around his head. All right, perfect. You're gonna have to water that every hour or so, otherwise they'll wilt and your ticket will no longer be valid. So there you go.
Shouldn't be an issue, and I'll get it. And can I try Druidcraft to see if I can make the flowers kind of like almost flutter like butterflies a little bit, not take off, but just like.
Yeah, I'll allow it.
Does it work?
No.
No. Okay. I'll figure it out. No worries.
Okay, who's next?
I think that this one wants to go, and he points to Reggie. If you're really in desperate need to get in, by all means.
Oh no,
Yeah,
don't.
Go for it. Hop up.
Listen, thank you kindly for your nice gesture there, friend, but I'm in no rush. It's just usually this pomp and circumstance of people checking off names off a checklist can sometimes take some time. We've got better things to be doing, so sure, I'll go next. Hi, I believe that you're expecting me.
What's your name?
My name is Major Reginald Thorpe. You can call me Reggie.
Reggie, of course. I knew some of. I'm so sorry. Yeah, of course. And begins to go through the list.
No need to apologize. Look, we all have things we need to be doing, so come on, to the clack.
And she finds your name, crosses it off, and gestures for the ticket.
Ah, where did I put that gosh tarnating thing? Sorry about this. And he just like reaches in and like fumbles around and pulls it out and just kind of like, there you are, thank you.
Elspar's going to kind of like fly up a little bit just to see if the ticket that this other person's got is the same as the ticket he's got.
Roll me a perception check.
Okay. 19.
Yeah, they seem identical, these two.
I swear he was going to pull a hat out of that rabbit.
Okay. Dan, roll me a d8.
Okay. That's an 8.
An 8.
I don't like that.
Yes, come on.
Oh no! Secrets.
So
You see, as Falstar sort of catches eye of that ticket, he kind of looks a little bit confused and annoyed, and then quickly spins around and begins to make his way towards the back bit.
You see out of the corner of your eye, Larry, who is significantly smaller than you, even you, fly up to near you, and he goes, "I wouldn't worry about it. They're just kind of standard tickets. It's more the invitation that's the issue."
Oh, right. Well, that's quite an invitation indeed.
Yeah. Okay. I just kind of flutters off, like just done, just immediately done. Okay. Who's next?
You see, Freya is like actively looking for a way out at this point. So can she like look around to see if she can see a way out, like, of not having, or wait into the tent where that's past this person?
Roll me a perception check.
Okay. Oh, that's a 14.
A 14. Looking outside, like, the grounds, you can't see any way out in particular.
Okay.
You obviously don't know what's within the tent itself. But you do see the path kind of leading towards, kind of amidst a cluster of trees and bushes. You see lights and tents and kind of various rides and signs of life. You hear signs of life from a little bit away down the path, but you don't see a way out per se.
Okay. She does nothing.
Does nothing? All right.
Sort of stood after the hair was gone. He sort of looks over his hands, and goes, "Yes, yeah."
I mean, that seems legit to me. And roll me a d8. You can tell at this point she's trying to get back to her work. Like, she's not fully like attentive. She's just kind of like going through the motions of, yeah, I'm the check-in service. Here we go. Let's get through, everyone.
It's a 7.
A 7. Okay, I will send this to you privately.
Ooh, more whispers.
But again, you see that arcane energy, this time a lighter blue color swirl from the ticket itself and wrap around the neck of Lucian before it dissipates.
So it's not actively a scarf. It's just, it was there, now it's not.
No, it's
He
not.
sort of looks at it, sort of half happy, and is like, "Oh, that would have gone nicely, but fine, whatever. Thank you very much, Ticketmaster." And he just sort of saunters away, hoping that it might return at some point.
As you saunter away, you see coming from the tent an interesting looking individual. You see an automaton begin to wheel out and just kind of look up and down at everyone.
As he sort of walks past, and it comes out, it's like, "Well, aren't you just absolutely fantastic? I don't think I've ever seen one before. Wonderful. This is quite the experience." Oh, I didn't expect you to understand. Hello? No, all right. Well, I love the look you've got going for you. It's just impeccable. Right. And it's like, I'm not sure what to do. Like, this thing's not amazing. On you go.
You see them like out of the corner of your eye, like almost kind of like roll their shoulders, and you just hear like a grinding of gears as they just kind of like begin continuing rolling, just like quite happy with themselves.
You see the small pubs there. Oh, get them all. I always get them.
Oneirus, you kind of feel a tugging at your hand as Larry has made his way over to you and is pulling you towards Hayden.
Yeah, all right. I can walk. Here, and I'll hand over the letter and the ticket that I have with.
All right. Amazing stuff. Roll me a d8.
7.
Okay.
Why does everyone get whispers and I just get a flower crown?
Because you're adorable, that's why.
Yeah, you are.
All right, there you go.
Right.
this proved very interesting. Hang on.
I mean, thanks, I guess.
But you notice the exact same purple, the light blue arcane energy surround Oneirus' neck as had surrounded Lucian's.
I guess
And
he's not half bad, and I'll walk off.
And you hear Hayden just go, Andolin, you need to get more creative with these. These are not okay. And we'll gesture towards whoever is closest. Eros or Freya.
That would probably be me if Freya's moved back.
All right.
I will approach the letter in one hand, sort of using the quarterstaff as a cane, walking forward. Is the weather always this nice here?
I mean, if she wants it to be, yeah.
She? You're
Yeah.
not her?
No, me? No. I'm not Titania. I mean, thank you. I mean, I know I have some quite cool wings, and you notice that like she flutters these rainbow kind of broken dragonfly-esque wings behind her, but they're pearlescent in the sun, and kind of she flutters them a bit, and she goes, "No, I am not the queen here of the court. That's Titania. I'm simply a helping hand."
Oh, I apologise.
That's all right. You're not from around here, are you?
Is it a bit obvious?
It's very obvious, I'll be honest with you.
Yes, I do feel a bit out of sorts.
Well, that's all right, because what's good news is that every batch that arrives together, you're kind of like a buddy system. So for now, you're all going to be great friends.
Sort of look round at the others.
You would see Freya makes a proper face at that, and before she shakes herself and regains her composure.
Aspar isn't even there. He's already gone in the tent without you guys.
You'll see that the Reggie, well, after he handed his ticket over and like you've done what you needed to, he doesn't walk past. He kind of just takes a couple of steps back and is kind of just on the edge of the tent, just kind of watching and listening, just trying to take a lot of it in, and especially like key bits. So if people reiterate their names or things like that, he's paying particular attention to stuff like that.
Okay.
Lucian just looks at him and goes, "Friends."
The best of.
Yay!
I may have made a mistake, Arthas. I don't know if I can do this.
Oh, come on now, good buddy. You're going to be just fine. And Reggie will, like, kind of pat him on the back. Like, well, he'll reach for his back, probably get his waist.
Just slap his ass. You did.
Come on, good buddy. And he'll, like, smack his ass. Be like, we're going to get on just fine.
I mean, if we're doing those kind of things, we're already getting off to a smashing start. I mean,
Sort of taking a deep breath, hands over the invitation.
Yeah, Hayden takes the invite, and you see her flip to the last page. And anybody with a decent passive perception, I would say Falspar, but he's already fucked off inside. Reggie and Freya, you notice that the name that she's not concealing it from anyone has been hastily scribbled on towards the end. There's only a couple of names that follow afterwards, and she strikes it through. And I would like you to roll a d8 for me.
That is a 4.
A 4. Okay, interesting. I'm sorry, Chris, you did roll the most boring one.
I'll do something with it, don't worry.
Yeah. 2 seconds. There you go. Okay. And Hayden just kind of gives you a bit of a sympathetic look, and she's like, I'm sure you're going to have a great time. There's a lot to do. There's some real fun folk in there. And honestly, we're in for one hell of an evening.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Get your booty on in there. And last but not least, you lovely lady.
Yeah, so she approaches, yes, and she just hands over, without saying her name, she just hands over the invite.
The invite? Or just the ticket?
The ticket. The ticket.
All right. You see her kind of cast something. Okay. I mean, that seems... Well, can you make me a deception check, just purely from your passive...
Okay. So... Ooh.
It's not high DC, because you're not doing anything.
It's a 6.
Oh. Ah.
Oh.
You see her kind of raise an eyebrow, and she's like, are you sure this is the right ticket?
Of course. I'm going to try and remember my companion's name from the night before.
For God's sake.
We've all been there.
The walk of shame is never good, is it?
Roll me a history check.
Alright. Oh, this is better. Okay, that's a 21.
Hey, there we go. Saffron. You're pretty sure their name was Saffron.
Oh, sorry. It's Lady Saffron?
Greenstone.
Greenstone. Lady Saffron Greenstone. Surely it's on there.
Can I hear any of this?
Whereabouts are you? Have you gone inside?
Not yet. I'm still outside.
Then you'd be able to hear this.
Can I cast friends on the Ticketmaster?
You can cast friends on the Ticketmaster, yeah.
So I'm gonna quickly play a little tune on my lute and go, yeah. No. We were at the tavern earlier, like the night before, weren't we? You, me, Lady Saffron, and Jesus Christ, that's how I lost my pants. No, figuratively speaking.
Sir,
no.
No, please carry on. It sounds like a wonderfully interesting night. Want to know more?
Me?
Oh, trust me, she's. I know her. We got the tickets together. You're fine.
This is the ticket you're looking for.
Freya, you notice that the spell has absolutely no effect on this individual. However, she's thoroughly entertained by your antics. And you can tell just from her general disposition, she ain't really too fussed. And so
once I notice that, I'm gonna just place my hand on her sort of upper shoulder.
You're kind of leaning, reaching down.
Your hair now, that's a fantastic shade. What do you call that?
Ah, my hair? Pink with white.
Fascinating. Ain't you a pea?
Do try? Anyway, you see like a flush to her cheek, as she just kind of takes your ticket, and like her hands are slightly shaking as she goes to cast this spell. And I need you to roll me a d8 for me.
Okay, roll better. Where's my? There it is. That's an 8.
An 8. Okay. Oh, 2 people doing this. Oh my god. This is going to drive me absolutely mental. Okay, hang on. I've done this to myself. All right, hold up. There you go. There you go.
Regrets.
Okay.
No regrets.
That was a bit West Coast.
Okay.
That. No regrets. There.
Oh, have you not seen that? We Are the Millers, when he's like, no regrets, and it's the tattoo that says no regrets.
Yeah. I've seen that.
All
Oh,
right.
Sorry.
Fascinating.
So,
Fuck's sake,
you
Chris,
guys.
you were mean.
sorry guys. If everyone starts making the way in, you'll see that Reggie is kind of purposefully holding back and waiting back.
I wave my fingers, and you do see this fairly large. I mean, Finn comes up to about my waist. This fox that it shimmers and has like sparks of fire that shimmer through his fur. Just come up and rub up against my waist as we walk in together.
Okay. So you guys filter in and join Falspar, who I assume is just lazing at some part in the rafters or something or other. Just keeping an eye on everything.
Well, it depends what's in there. When
There's a
we go
platter
in.
of food.
That's where it is.
There's kind of like a large banquet table with grapes, cheese boards, charcuterie, all of this type of thing.
Falspar is just kind of like flying around it and just like dropping down, picking up a little bit, throwing it in the air, eating it.
Yeah.
Just like kind of picking up grapes and stuff like that, ripping them in half, eating half a grape.
Okay. So, you guys make your way inside, and Reggie, you feel a slight push from behind you, as the automaton just kind of.
All right. You just keep your little. Holy shit! What the hell are you? Have I ever seen an automaton before? I would imagine.
You have never.
No.
Seen
I would imagine
anything like
not.
this before.
And Reggie just kind of looks. This is very, very interesting. You speak? I didn't think so. Well, it ain't a party until I arrive, so... And he kind of like swings his sword, like flicks it, sheaths it in his scabbard that's across his back, and walks. And as he walks past Hayden, he kind of like slows his pace. Slows his pace ever so. Y'all been expecting me, huh?
I mean, you're on the invite list.
Who else is on that list? You mind?
No, you're not
Good.
allowed to see that.
Oh, I thought you said you don't mind. Very confusing
No.
when you tell somebody something and then do a different thing, you know?
I said, no, don't do it. I do mine, is what I meant.
Falspar just kind of notices you lot all filing in. She goes, "Oh, they did end up letting you lot in then, did they?"
Well,
As Lucian walks through, goes, "Oh, continental breakfast, wonderful. I am hungry." Oh,
As you
do not
start to
stand
approach,
on the
as you start to approach the table, Falspar kind of flies right up in your face to kind of interdict you from getting to the table, and he just goes, sniffs you. Can I tell if this guy's fey or not?
Not fair.
wow.
That fucked me up, dude.
You're not from around here, are you? How'd you get in?
Lucian sort of like taken aback slightly. He's sort of got that sort of Jack Sparrow kind of thing where it's never quite
And I literally went
down by his
right
side.
up to him.
He sort of looks and goes, I mean, if that's how you greet people, you do smell earthy, but it's not bad. I think we could get on. I'm
Well, I
here
haven't been home in
because
a little while, so
I'm here. That's why I'm here.
well, good enough for me.
Yes, if you wouldn't mind, I do want some salami.
And I'll kind of fly past him, have a look at all the other ones. I'll look at Ineros and I'll just go. I'll fly past Freya, stop on her for a little bit. Nice dog.
Oh, good sir. No.
I'll fly past Reginald. Have I heard of the Hair Force?
Not the Hair Force, no.
No. Okay. What are you supposed to be then? You part of Magician's Act?
You want to see a trick, do you, boy?
Oh, I'd say no, really, innit?
Well, stick around. Gonna pull something out of something. And he just kind of like puts his cigar back in, takes a huge drag on it, and like blows it in Falspar's direction as he kind of like trundles in.
It's good to be home.
The smell of the cigar, Falspar, is not Fey.
Really?
Mm.
But still familiar to me.
Yeah. Say it's familiar to you in some regard. You can't exactly place a finger on it, but it's not Fey.
Okay.
It smells smelly.
It
And then
smells
I'll see Eros after I've accosted the rest of them. I'll just sort of see Eros, I assume, kind of a little bit more bewildered than most other people here. And I'll just give him a nod. Right over there, big guy, big guy.
Sort of doesn't even focus on you, just more of
Freudian
looking
slip.
around the tent.
It's all right, nothing's going to bite you in here.
I
You
wouldn't-
behave yourself, and you're meant to be here. You are meant to be here, aren't you?
That's what they always say.
And I'll fly up to his face again and I'll say,
Because I can send you home if you want me to. just give me the word or an excuse. I'll send you home.
I'm going to cast Thaumaturgy at that.
Okay. And do what?
You see like fire light up Eros's eyes.
All right, calm down.
Wouldn't try it.
Fair enough. Just having a bit of fun. Come on, this food. You look hungry.
It's been a while since I've had Firefly.
Good one.
and I'll go back to the table. Just keep like eating.
Well, if I'm correct in assuming that fair lady outside was correct, we have a buddy system in place. We're supposed to be best of pals now. That right? Well, if that's the case, let me introduce myself. My name is Major Reginald Thorpe. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. Who the hell are you folk?
Major.
What's up with the voice?
You don't like my voice?
You have a carrot stuck?
Sure. Do you want to know how it feels, buddy?
How many of these have you got?
Got loads.
I have a list. I have 6 pages.
Well, now, don't be shy. What's your names?
I am Falspar, Grand Inquisitor of the Summer Court. Now, you'll be hearing that pretty soon. This whole event, pretty sure they've put on for me.
Inside check.
Insight, persuasion, or deception?
Oh, 100%. Freya is also looking at it like to see if he's telling the truth.
This is going to be an interesting one.
Oh, she knows nothing.
Nope.
I
I
got
got
10.
a 5.
10?
I also got a 10.
Okay. Can't tell.
Well, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance there, Falspar.
And you,
And
Reggie.
What about the rest of y'all?
Sort of pulling a bit of cheese off like a cocktail stick and sort of look at it. Sorry, introductions. Lucien Oddpaw, your command. And he sort of waves all 6 fingers at everyone, just like, hi.
Weird.
Sorry?
That's... You have 6 fingers.
Andy.
You think that's weird?
I mean,
Oh, you're in for a day.
look, there's nothing an extra finger doesn't really help with. You just need to use your imagination.
I mean, I'm not quite sure what he means with that, but I mean, fuck, he sounds sincere, so I kind of believe him.
You can stick around long enough, Reggie, and things will get hairy, don't worry.
Hey, that was a nice one. I appreciate that one.
What about you, my fair maiden?
Oh, aren't you sweet? I'm Freya. Though if anyone asks, Saffron.
That's such a beautiful name. Did your mother give it you?
Which one? I just told you two.
Well, you got me stumped.
She reaches forward and kind of just ruffles your hair a bit.
As soon as you like kind of
sympathetic look on her face.
Okay, so you reach down to like rub his head.
Oh yeah, I forgot you're down. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. DM. As soon as she does that, the blade comes off, spun in her hand, and like towards her, like instantly, like spins the blade off his back, twizzles it round in his hand, and like points the blade at her. I suggest keep your hands on your own, animal.
As far as in a bread basket, just kind of go, woo! Yeah, come on, now it's time for the show to start. Here we go.
He like flips it.
I've meant nothing by it, and Finn is going to come and smell you a bit, just to kind of like circle you. He is way bigger than you. He's just going to like circle you and smell you.
That's fine. As soon as the blade doesn't move, Reggie kind of turns his head away, puts the cigar back in his mouth, sheaths the blade back on his back, and just kind of like just death stare. Every time the fox's head comes round, he just death stares the head.
As this weird little standoff's happening, the curtain opens and Hayden steps through and just kind of looks around. Like, well, I hope you guys are getting on swimmingly. Is everything okay here?
Everything's perfect. The animals are just getting acquainted.
Right, that's good to know. All right. So I would appreciate if we all can stick together, adhere to those pacts. I will not be joining you. I've got another group that's due in a few minutes, but I will escort you to the carnival proper itself. And from there, you're free to do what you want. And then the big top show is tonight at Duskfall. So I look forward to seeing you all there.
Lovely, thank you.
Before you disappear, can you tell me, is there any unicorns about? Because I love those.
Oh my gosh, me too.
Really?
Honestly, they are such magnificent creatures, so majestic in the way that their hair shines in the sun. Oh my god.
I know.
Unicorns are real?
Actually, we do have...
She just looks at you like crazy.
Once you've met one, you've met them all, honestly. They're not that great.
I suggest you take that back, sir. I may have you all insulting me, but insulting unicorns? Now you're about to start some shit.
Well, that's what's on the dream diary, isn't it? It's just a unicorn and a bunch of
At the discourse of unicorns, like Hayden kind of just smiles and chuckles to herself, and she's like, yeah, okay, this is kind of fun. Yeah, we do actually have a carousel ride, which is full of unicorns. I think they're having a bit of a to-do at the moment, struggling to get them to, do the carousel thing. But if you go talk to Aponia, she'll probably help escort you on to
As soon as Reggie hears this, he hops, leaps over everyone towards the entrance of the tent and goes, well, why the hell didn't you just start with that? Come on, guys. And just...
Hold on.
I mean,
Hold your rabbits. I'm right behind you.
And as he's walking out, he takes out his journal and starts writing a few things down.
Uh-huh.
I want to make sure that nobody else sees it though, so I'm kind of like keeping it tucked. I'm going to write down very quickly, as quick as I can, like scrolling, shut it, and then put it where instead of coming out of my satchel on my waist, I'm going to put it and slide it into my breastplate.
Roll me a sleight of hand check against everyone's passive perception.
Cool.
Sure. Ooh, because I'm really good at those. Oh, it's a natural 20!
Hey! Even Falspar doesn't see. You discreetly jot what you need to write down, and nobody even sees you tuck it back in.
Okay, good. Hells yes.
Okay, so
I'm
you
gonna
guys.
shoot myself off the table and then into the air. I'm gonna go over to Anarius as everyone's leaving. I was gonna say, they say something about, what was that, a buddy system? What do they mean by that?
Oh, sorry, I'm way ahead of you. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, you guys have run off to the unicorns.
To be honest, I'm not
sort of like
completely
downing
sure.
another. Sorry, sort of downing another piece of cheese. Like, I think it means we have to stick together. We're friends now.
Yeah, what do you mean by that?
Does anyone else want to explain the simple concept to him? Because I don't think I can do better.
Oh,
Well, like, is it
don't
like-
look at me.
I mean- Is in like I've got to look after you, like I'm in charge of you lot now, or what?
Sorry, yes, no, of course, you are most definitely in charge.
Well,
Spa.
it's about bloody time.
Well, you know,
Follow me, everyone.
natural leaders and all that.
And he kind of just starts floating towards the door.
Nice. All right,
I
you
just want
guys.
to grab a leg. Is there like a leg of like chicken or lamb or something?
Who meant his leg?
There is
Get out of the air.
Yeah.
there is a big kind of spit roasted animal of some sort. So you don't know its origins, not being from around here, but yeah, there is a big spit roasted animal in the center of the table.
Death.
As we're leaving, I just want to try and pull a leg off to take with us, having missed breakfast.
Road leg.
Okay. Yeah. You pull it, and to you, it's like it is a big leg, but it's like a
Hold on, to him it's a big leg, so it's a
like with
It's like
it
the
is
size
a big,
of you.
It's probably it's bigger than Falspar easily is this leg.
Okay.
And you're walking around, and you've now got your leg of X
Beast.
here. You got
Just-
some beast leg carrying around
Yeah.
with you.
Just start chomping down, see if it tastes good first.
It's all right. It's got some kind of honey glaze to it, which is pleasant, but you're not too sure. You still don't know the origin of the meat, but yeah, no, it'll definitely do. All right.
As before we exit, Lucian's going to sidle up alongside Hayden and says, "Sorry, one more thing just before you take us where we need to go. And by the way, your hair really is lovely. She didn't do it justice. It's nice. But anyway, is there I'm trying to think of the word now. Acts, roster, list, a thing of when people come on. I'm looking for someone specific.
Like a program, that type of thing?
Thank you. Program, that's the word I was looking for.
Yeah, absolutely. It is 5 silver pieces,
Oh, yeah, it's fine. Please.
because programs are never free, which,
Mm-hmm.
as a musical theatre lover, sucks. Grabs one of the kind of programs. It's just a scroll. It's just a
Yeah.
scroll. And hands it to you in exchange for the 5 silver pieces.
He once again summons them between all of his fingers, and there's 5 because there are 5 spaces in it.
Yeah.
And he slowly sort of rolls them off his fingers into her hand just because he wants to fucking show off.
Yeah.
As he takes it from her and just starts reading through it, trying to feel like reading times as he's going, not like just in front of her, but yeah.
Okay. So you guys exit the tent. The automaton from earlier leading the charge just kind of seems really quite happy. So you hear it start whistling like some kind of shiny shiny little ditty under its breath, like little travel music as you guys go. And as you exit the tent, you see the tiefling individual is still there talking to two adult individuals, a half-elf and a halfling. The half-elf is kind of curled up, softly crying into the halfling's shoulder, and you, Valspar in particular, you kind of overhear snippets of the conversation of the tiefling kind of go, listen, I know it's awful business, however, we are doing everything that we can to make sure that they are returned safely. I'm sure she's absolutely fine. You know how kids are like. And the halfling is getting a bit riled up and it's just like, what do you mean? We haven't seen her since we got here. Like, we sent her off into that. And then the tiefling kind of goes, shush now, darlings, and kind of just like cast something, and they just all of a sudden like placate themselves and just kind of continue staring.
Okay.
Do we all see this, or just Valspar?
Only Valspar overhears the conversation. You guys all see the kind of gestures, but it just looks like a dispute going on. You can't really gather what exactly is going on.
I have a passive perception of 19.
Yeah, he does.
That is disgusting.
Yeah, not right, dude. Not right.
But I will say is that as you guys are going to, you're making your way down the path, winding through bushels of every different coloured flower that you could possibly imagine under the rainbow. Various creatures being fluttering around, milling around. There are more and more people and creatures as you begin to get closer to the circus itself. And Valspar, again, you notice amongst the trees, because I imagine you're kind of, well, you're obviously leading the charge because.
Well, I think Reggie and Freya went in front of me. Yeah. I'm kind of like very proudly chest forwards, but it's kind of still flying through the air, like I'm sort of mimicking the ushering movements of the people that work there to the other three that are behind me. And every now and then I'm using druid craft to change some of the flowers along the path to the same color as my hair.
Nice. So as you are changing the colors of these flowers, there is a tall tree it's kind of two tall trees on either side that begin to form archways, and these kind of arc executive and almost frame a tunnel to the circus proper. You notice it's impossible for anyone else to perceive, but you see a fraction of parchment that looks like it's been left over, where other stuff has been ripped. Something else has been ripped from it on a couple of these trees, like haphazardly, like snatched away. Just a couple of little bits of paper remaining. But you continue to make your way in.
Does it look like the same kind of paper as is on our like tickets and things like that?
No, it just looks like typical parchment.
Okay, cool. Just stuck to this tree.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, you guys enter the main carnival. You see a lot of curious individuals milling around, some clearly proprietors of various stalls and activities, and some simply guests. You're clearly not the first to arrive, but excitement is filling the air, and this is a very happy song.
I love it. Keep it up.
This is amazing.
But you, at the end of this tunnel of trees, you see Tinker kind of pull into a stop or reverse themselves in line with the trees, and just kind of puts out a hand and just goes, and you are gestured into the circus proper.
By the tree?
By the automaton?
Oh, by the automaton. I thought you meant by the tree. Okay.
Cheers,
So
mate.
you guys have entered from this side.
Ooh. I'll just say to him, cheers, mate. And I'll head in.
Mm-hmm.
As I walk past him, also, I just sort of lean in a little bit and go, if you ever get bored of this place, I'd love to have you along with me. We could just amazing things.
and I'll go straight after him and go, "What you said?" And I'll go.
I won't start venturing into the carnival just yet. Reggie kind of like waits back a little bit for everyone else to go off and do stuff. He's kind of like stood. He will walk in a few feet, but just kind of like stand off to the side and pretend to be like messing around with his cigar and putting it out, trying to relight it, and just buying time.
Okay.
As I enter the proper, I feel a lot more comfortable, and this is reflected in my movements, being somewhat at home again. But I am sort of scanning the crowd to make sure there is no one I recognize. Just and see it. Yeah.
It is a big crowd. Oh my god, some of this music. But yeah, amongst this crowd, there is nobody that you recognize. Nobody that you would recognize since you'd last been here, or anybody from your more recent adventures.
Okay. Well then. Where did they get to? As I'm just waiting, I'm saying this to Reggie, as I'm waiting for the rest of them to catch up.
We're ahead of you. We've planned.
I want to try and see if I can spot the other two and then sneak up on them.
All right.
Okay, so what do you say to Reggie?
You definitely can spot them. Roll me a stealth check.
What did you say to Reggie? Sorry, Freya.
I just said, well then, where did they get to?
Well,
It's really quite loud.
this is quite how do you say quite an entertaining bunch, but I don't try not to keep track of them too much, you know.
Do you keep track of many people?
Oh, I've always got a watchful eye on those closest to me.
I got 17.
I think Freya is just 16 or 17. Passive.
Passive, 16.
Yeah. All right. Unseen. You sneak over.
Yeah, in your ear. I'm keeping an eye on you.
Oh.
I very much don't suggest otherwise.
So, you found anything fun to do? Why are you here anyway? You must have done something important to be invited. Some great service to the summer court?
I, in fact, have never had any dealings with the summer court. I woke up this morning, I had some individual come into my burrow, quite rudely in fact, served me. Nearly got his little arms chopped off for it. But he handed me this thing and asked me to come. Curiosity led me to open this letter and whoosh, fell down the rabbit hole, so to speak. That's right, I made a bunny joke.
Wow. And you're not here, you're not some important dignitary, something like that?
I'm important in the right circles. I can be important to you if you wish.
No. Thank you,
Fair
though.
enough.
And you see, like, Falspar kind of trailed off towards the end of that and just sort of stopped paying attention to what you were saying. You saw a look of, like, kind of confusion and frustration on his face. And he's, like, slapping his ticket against his hand, like.
So what brings you to a place like this then, my little friend?
Well, I'm Falspar.
You keep saying that?
I mean, I'm with my lady here. Does that mean that we're supposed to know who you are?
Oh, sorry. Must be more of a need to know kind of thing. Well, let's just say that I've been doing some extremely vital work for the CD Court for the past couple of centuries or so.
Ah, you must be quite a distinguished guest of theirs to get a personal invite.
Finally, someone's recognised. Yeah, this is what I'm trying to figure out. I thought I'd be, welcomed back with rewards and parades, but they must have brought me here early with you lot.
I mean, I would actually hazard a guess if it was me that this whole pomp and circumstance must be in some form of honor for your hard work and due diligence in your role as such.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean,
did I insight that?
Yeah, I mean, can I? Actually, that's a good point.
I'm
I don't-
discerning sarcasm. That's what I'm trying to discern. Is he just being sarcastic?
I'm trying to figure out whether Falspar would just accept the compliments or try and.
So
'cause he's very
this-
good at detecting lies.
So it would be passive insight for you,
Yeah, passive for
Falspar.
me. Still a 19.
And Freya, insight. Reggie, deception.
I got a 19.
I mean,
Not natural.
deception. Am I not persuading him or something?
Or persuasion if you want
Yeah,
to persuade him, if you genuinely believe what you're saying.
Okay. That is a 19. I rolled a 13 on the die, and I have a +6, so 19
Oh,
on
shit.
persuasion.
Okay, everyone got a 19. Okay. Falspar, you're taking it as the compliment it is. Like, he's saying what you want to hear.
Yeah.
Freya, you're not 100% sure. Like, you don't know this guy. He could well be telling the truth, but at the same time, you're like, is that likely? Is he just blowing up this guy's ass just for the hell of it? You don't know.
Fair enough.
I mean, you seem like a nice bunch, and obviously I can tell you're a local, Reggie. But you know, I'd be happy to bring you along to whatever banquets they throw in my honour.
Oh, that'd be absolutely swell. I do not want to get in your way or put a stain upon your name there, Falspar, but that would be glorious if I could get such an invite from you. That'd be... Yes, I think that would make my day so much better.
You honour me.
Well, I'm always happy for a party if that invitation extends as such.
Oh, certainly. I'm sure there'll be plenty of room at the table. I don't take up much, eh?
Indeed.
Well,
Let them have a lot then. Sorry, I left them behind. I wanted to come sneak up and fuck with you two.
At this point, the others arrive, the other three.
Oh, yeah,
Well-
of course they were in front. Yeah, I don't know why I thought I'd already gone in.
well,
Sounds like we've got some time to kill before my big party, so why don't we,
yeah, would you believe it that we're here in Falspar's honor? He's been doing some hard work here for the Sealy Court, and they are, in fact, putting a banquet on in his honor.
Oh, well, I mean, it's more of an unofficial thing, but, you know, these things, you know, I don't like to brag. No one likes to be too garish about these things. But yes, no, he's right.
You do surprise me. So, what is it you actually do?
Oh, well, I do some of the most important work there is, not just in the Feywild, but in the mortal realms as well. You
Which
see,
is?
we Fey are beings of chaos and whim. But the mortal core, it must maintain an order of balance, and too many of us over there, well, things can start going awry. So I just look for them. And when I find them, I send them back. Bring them back here. Put
You
them back
see-
where they...
Because they want
lot.
to, presumably.
You see Freya
well.
kind of like tenses up at that a little bit.
Oh, well, it's not about wanting to. It's about the rightful place.
You,
It's about maintaining balance.
you maintain the balance.
You're quite right.
Can I insight check Eros as to whether
Absolutely,
he's
yeah.
intimidated or in favour of that?
Yeah, absolutely.
We are such a trusting bunch, just so you know.
Yes, for you,
23.
for you viewers at home, we have been stung on more than one occasion.
Yeah. Oops. Hi.
We have played
20,
D&D
23.
before.
I'm very much in favour, I would say, Eros, unless I'm...
Definitely in favour of the balance you are speaking of.
And even though you're not from around here, I get the feeling you know exactly what I mean. What was your name again?
Eros.
Eros. And you were Reggie, Freya, right?
Indeed. Is it?
Lucy, and what?
Yeah, I don't actually believe that we ever got your name, fella. Yeah, you, Pantless.
Onero's Atwater. Pleasure to meet you, sir. Rabbit. hair.
As soon as Reggie hears rabbit, again, the blade flicks off his back. He swings it round and literally swings it towards Aneris's throat, stopping it a centimeter from hitting.
I'm gonna try and block it with my own blade.
Okay. I want you to roll me a dexterity check to see how fast you can react to this. And Reggie, I would like you to make a strength saving throw for me, please.
Okay.
What is it?
21.
Okay.
What did you say? Dexterity check.
Dexterity check to see how fast you are, basically initiative.
So that is a 16.
Okay, so you go to parry your blade to block it from getting close to you, but you, Reggie, at the same time, your blade itself is immediately grasped and prevented from getting closer as this satyr behind has rushed up at the sign of drawn weapons and is just clutching it. Just holding it in place. It's an even battle, but he's not able to pull it from you.
Mm-hmm.
He just looks down, towering above, probably about 7 feet tall. And she goes, I don't think that that's a good plan. Do you?
Don't get
no
me wrong.
worries. We were just sparring a little bit.
There was
Sorry,
just...
Reggie, that was exceptional swordsmanship.
I do apologize, my friend. I am somewhat of a teacher, and my friend here was in need of a desperate lesson. Now, he said something that was untoward in my direction. Didn't sit too kindly with me. I reacted somewhat hastily, but he seems like a gentlefolk, so I will use my weapon and this will not happen again. You have my word. Isn't that right, friend? And he says it with glaring daggers in Aneris's direction.
I sheathe my weapon at the same time. Instantly.
Well,
I like you guys.
If you do have pent-up energy that you want to get out, we do have some wrestling over there in that tent. So.
Oh, I'm not much of a wrestler. More entertainer?
A drink, maybe? And she kind of cocks her head towards you.
Drinks all around, I'd say.
As you guys kind of take the time to look around the circus, you see a plethora of various tents, rides, activities, stalls, everything that you could possibly imagine. There are kind of mason jars filled with flittering bugs, lighting paths along the way, various colors, purples, pinks, blues, yellows, just flags adorning, like cresting between the treetops. You see a food court to your left as you enter with wine and drinks aplenty on tap. You see a weird little wagon with an individual who's very still, looks almost wooden and puppet-like, but with this ghostly skull-like makeup painted. And as you clock eyes, it just kind of...
Yeah.
I don't like that.
reaches out at his hand.
Eyes of the grave on that. Do not like that.
But as you guys look away, it kind of closes its hand back again. Smile falls, head drops again.
How far away is that from us?
That is literally, so you guys are about here. This guy is literally here.
Okay, so he's within 60 feet.
He is within 60 feet. You actually eyes of the grave in this.
I do want to eyes of the grave, yeah.
We're not dead. Okay.
Okay. Wait, do I need to do anything for that? I can't remember.
No, I just know if it's undead.
It is not undead.
Okay.
Do I just...
If Lucian looks at it again, does it do the same thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Automatically just lifts up hand.
Like he genuinely looks sort of excited. Like, oh, that's fantastic. Look at it. It's so weird. He sort of like pulls a gold out and just flicks it into the hand.
Kind of mechanically puts the gold away, takes out cards and opens its hands, and the cards just automatically shuffle, and 3 present at you.
This is so good.
This catches Freya's eye. She is right behind him, like probably beside him because he's taller than me. So just
Yeah, you see,
if she's beside him, he sort of looks at her and is like, fabulous, we've not been introduced properly, but come have a look and we'll talk later. And he sort of does his
definitely.
walk over.
Reggie
Yeah,
just
you hear-
instinctively takes a couple of steps back. Bad
You
juju.
see the mouth, like the skull mouth open, and from it, a kind of tinny sound just goes, "Your fortunes have been processed. Please draw a card."
Oh yeah.
As she says that, he sort of like goes like, oh, that's a disappointing voice. I was hoping for more. All right. And he just flips the middle one. No, it's not you. It's just he wants it to sound weirder. I'm not saying you're. No.
Yeah, it's important. It's
No.
difficult to, unless you have a tin can handy. It's
Yeah,
difficult to
I
do
don't.
the effect.
No, it's just he wanted like a genuinely more creepy voice. But it's very Alexa. So he's trying to.
lightly,
But he
suddenly
flips the middle
strikes Lucian.
Yep, takes a card. What's revealed is an upside down sun. The sun,
Right.
reversed. No joy of life.
Oh, that's
Jesus.
all incorrect. But
I don't think
This is your past.
that's a good one. Oh,
Reveal your present.
okay, I don't like that. He takes the right one and flips over.
The 4 of Cups. Being upset. Refusing an offer. Do not refuse an offer.
The joy that was in his face as he started this has very quickly faded off as he sort of flips the last one, realizing he probably shouldn't have been as excited as he did, but he flips it anyway.
Ace of Wands, reversed. No fertility or vitality. Ha ha! And it closes its mouth and shuts off.
What the
Did it
fuck?
seriously end with haha?
Yeah.
Did the robot dude just...
I don't know if it would mean anything, but no fertility
Legit.
and vitality, does that mean anything to him? Like, would it mean anything, or is it just like a very vague sort of?
It feels
Was that
quite
the
vague.
future?
That
So
was
it went,
the
so
future.
it went past, present, future. Yeah.
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 so
Sort
I
of.
guess no little illusions for you then.
Well, I mean, if you're offering, we can always find out if the fortune was true.
We've got some time, maybe later.
Oh, this is an exceptional move. All right, I don't like that, but that's what I get for messing with weird things. So, what should we do? Freya? No, Saffron. What do you want?
I tinkle like a coin between my hands. We're thinking about doing the thing and just go, maybe not. A drink, I think, is in order.
Yes, there must be a beer tent around here somewhere. Where do you get coupons from?
Oh, honey, beer. Come on, you can do better than that.
All right, fine. We'll find the good stuff, but it's a carnival. I can't imagine they're housing the finest dwarf whiskies here.
I quite fancy having a go on this, so I'll catch you up. It's been a while since I've had a bit of fun.
Oh, no, carry on. And he just stands there. Please, you catch up with me later.
You think I'm going to do this in front of you after what just happened to you?
I mean, be my
No,
guest.
this
try and make me
is
leave.
clearly something that should be private, mate.
Too late for that. Move me. Go on. Try it. I want to know how
No.
strong you are, Felspar.
That's a show I would pay to see.
Oh, I think I could move you well enough.
Oh, I bet you could.
Reggie
We'll
stood
find out later, though.
Reggie stood next to Aneros, just kind of turns. Still not happy look on his face, but happier than he was a moment or two ago. Listen, friend, I think we may have got off on the wrong foot. Would you allow me to purchase an alcoholic beverage for you?
Actually, I was just about to say the same for you.
Come on, then. I think you and I got some things to bury the hatchet over, so to speak.
Sure thing. And also, out of interest, what exactly was it?
Oh, I think we need some ale before we get into all that.
Right. Okay. Fair enough.
Right.
Well,
Okay.
I think that strange pink-haired little thing said that there's an ale hut around here or something.
Yeah, I'm trying to look for it. I'm not sure where exactly, but we can always take a stroll.
Yeah, sure. And we'll kind of like start wandering and trying to find the beer tent.
You start wondering, kind of trying to avoid the creepy little marionette tarot card reader, and literally right next door is the beer tent.
Out of interest, is he walking one foot after the other, or is he something?
You're ready? How do you walk?
He just walks normally, dude. He doesn't fucking like hop about. Fuck you, man. Just as we take a few steps, though, he kind of turns towards Eros and goes, "Hey, big fella. Where you from? Do they have alcoholic beverages?"
Sort of lost in the moment. Yes.
And those alcoholic beverages, do they frequent your lips?
Occasionally, when I find myself in a tavern.
Well, you're gonna find yourself in one momentarily, so you better get your behind over here with us pronto. And he just kind of like continues to walk, hoping that Eros follows.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Do you see it?
Eros will sort of wonder, sort of still very much out of comfort zone, looking at everything.
Eros, as you're looking around trying to take everything in, something really odd strikes you. So basically,
This whole
you're in
place is odd.
the whole thing, but essentially you see above. You look up, and the break in the trees, in the canopy of the trees above, you see bubbles in the distance, but they seem quite big given how far away they are. And then you squint closer, and you can see figures within the bubbles. And then, in addition, you see these weird little creatures, seemingly just like jellyfishing through the sky. And Valspar, you can kind of hear as well as Eros, just like a... Just a cacophony of weird noises, but when diverting your attention to the sky, you see bubbles with creatures in them, and also weird little non-bubbled other creatures that are just making this little chirp noise.
Do I recognise what they are at all?
Roll me. No, we don't need this yet.
Oh, yet? Because that was some pretty creepy music.
Roll me a nature check.
10.
A Valspar,
No idea.
Yeah.
you said you're a big deal here. This is for
Well,
you.
I mean, it's been a while since I've been back, but yeah, I'm sure people have heard of me by now. Yeah.
You notice things in the bubbles. Is that normal here?
I mean, it's hard to say, really. Most things that are abnormal where you come from appear fairly normally here. Or it's a place to expect the unexpected, and generally, if something seems normal, how you might perceive it. I mean, I've spent a while where you're from.
You know.
Maybe
where
that's
I'm
the time.
From.
You're from, I assume, you're from Exandria?
A
From the
part
mortal
of
realms?
it, yes.
Well, there you go. That's where you're from.
I
Right.
thought you were being more specific.
Oh, I mean, I can be specific, but I don't see any reason to be. It's all just smelly and kind of weird, a little bit boring, isn't it?
Oh, you clearly have been going to the wrong places.
Oh, I've been all over, mate. Wherever my work takes me. Go on then, where are you from?
The Tooth of Zahir.
Never heard of it,
Exactly.
but I've probably been there. Describe it to me. Is it hot, cold? Smell of fish or pig shit?
The
It's
two options.
always
The only two
raining.
options.
Generally speaking, yeah.
There are no other smells.
What did you say, sorry?
It is always raining.
Oh, well, I mean, come on, that doesn't really bloody narrow it down, does it? If we find the map, you can show me. But I think you'll like it round here. Just loosen up a bit, you know? Get into the mood of it. I know it may be all wondrous, but it becomes just as benign as any other place when you spend enough time here.
What was your trip to the mortal realm like the first time?
Well, I mean, first time was a few decades. It was all right, mostly around cold areas.
Did you
It was,
loosen up a little bit?
oh, they wouldn't have sent me in if I was stiff.
As he
No,
says
my-
that,
I'm-
he's
I-
like, I know what he means.
No, they sent me in because I'm able to work alone. I'm able to work on my feet, acquire on site, make my own missions, find my own targets.
And who is it that you receive these instructions from?
Well, no one really. I got the instructions when they sent me out here. When they sent me out there, they said, you've got a very important mission to do. It's for the sake of the balance of the world. We need you to go to the mortal planes. We need you to return errant Fae back where they belong so they don't wreak havoc.
No one
At least
told
not
you
wreak
anymore,
havoc where they're supposed to.
and you weren't told anymore.
Well, no, I mean, it's a very important mission, isn't it? What more do you need to know?
I mean, not to interject, but it does kind of sound like you just find creatures who want to live somewhere and tell them to fuck back off to where they've come from.
Well,
Whether they want to or not, apparently you just evict people from homes, places they live,
no,
because
I'm
the
not.
balance might be thrown off.
No, I'm not turfing people out on the street or something like that. There's people, there's
No, you're taking
Fae
them to a different plane of existence, apparently.
where they is their rightful place, where their being can thrive. A lot of these people shouldn't be in the mortal realms.
Why not?
I don't expect you to know, Lucian.
Well, then explain it to me, because at the moment it just sounds like you're a bounty hunter.
Actually, that sounds quite cool. I like that. What's a bounty hunter?
It's pretty much what you do, but for money instead of nothing.
Money?
Yeah.
No, I do this for titles, for recognition. I'm the greatest fairy that ever lived. I'm Faustbar. It's
You're
what I was
in
supposed
this
to do.
for yourself.
I do it for the cool. I do it for the good of the Feywild and everyone who lives here, so that they will see that they need me.
Oh,
No,
You don't need rewards and things like that. Not simple money or banquets or anything like that. I mean, they're nice, but I mean, I've heard they're nice, but
I mean, you want a title, that's a reward. Recognition, that is.
well, I mean, yeah, exactly. I
So
want
you
people to
want to
see
do it
what I'm
for a reward.
capable of.
Kicking people out of their homes, it's a noble cause.
And not an easy one.
Look, you're going to use this thing or not? Because I need a drink now. This is a trying conversation.
No, okay, if you're not going away, I'm not doing it in front of you.
Well, I mean, I'm not moving, so if you do it, you do it. But come on, Felspar, be a sport.
You're weird.
So are you.
All right. So you guys convene in the drinking hut, unless there's anything else in particular anyone wants to do.
I'm already two drinks down and going.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
Really? Rub it.
well, yeah, the thing is, I know it's not, to the modern man, it's not much of a distinguished difference, but you have to understand that my people, we have been the downtrodden for most of our time here, and when we get referred to as those little hippity-hoppity cute bunny rabbits, oh, I have to say it makes my blood boil. Now, I know that you didn't mean no offense with it, but it has been used in a derogatory sense before now. So I assume the worst when people call me those sorts of things. Now, you seem like an
that's
upstanding...
understandable.
You seem like an upstanding gentleman, and I should not have assumed that you were being horrible to me for no reason. I have to say, though, I think now that we got this water under the bridge, we can move on into greener pastures. What do you see, friend?
Oh yeah. I mean, certainly we just hop past this, so to speak.
You're gonna do that the entire time I'm with you, ain't you?
It's sort of a, I don't know, sort of a reflex. I mean, you're welcome to throw back at me. I love every insult that gets thrown at me.
I get that. I mean, I've got also quite good reflexes being from the Fae and being a Harrigan, so to speak. I have quite good reflexes too, but the only thing that I can kind of be concerned about, my friend, is that what I may throw back may cut you a little deeper than your words do to me. And I do not want bloodshed. Did you see the size of that motherfucker that grabbed my sword a few moments ago? Now, I've been in some tough fights before, but shit, he had hairy legs and stood about a building tall. I ain't not picking.
Don't forget about the hooves.
Yeah, like, have you been kicked by one of those things before? Shit, I don't want to have it done.
By a horse.
You've been kicked by a horse?
Yeah. Slept in a barn once. Wasn't too good.
Why did you do that? Did you not have a nice burrow to go back to?
Well, I mean,
it's quite.
Eventually, when you pass out, you pass out.
It's quite simple. I mean, I can show you sometime if you got some spare time, but you basically dig a hole in the side of a hill, and you can keep digging for a while until it's big enough to put some furniture in. It can become quite comfortable.
The more I want to make jokes.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, believe it or not, that is not the first time I have heard that.
You're sort of giving me ammunition right now.
Yeah, I understand it. Look, I'm not very good with the words and the wordplay type of that thing. It's not my strong suit. That is not why they made me a member and a major of my elite fighting squad. We are heroes of action, so to speak. We are not much of the conversational.
Right.
You have not heard of us before?
Have I, DM?
History check with disadvantage. High DC.
Yeah, no, that's a 7.
No idea. You spent too long away.
Yep, no, sorry.
Well, that's a good thing. That means we're doing our job properly. Now, you finish your drink. I'm going to go and have a little mosey around. I heard before that they may have unicorns. Now, that did indeed strike my interest. Cheers, friend. And he kind of like aggressively clinks your tankard, turns and goes to walk away from the tent.
As Reggie goes to leave, the rest of you follow, traipse inwards towards where the drinks are, just past Reggie as he's just about to head off.
I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to mean that. It could mean anything. It could mean, your garden might not grow.
No.
Oh, sorry.
You are a strange one, aren't you?
Where's he going?
Something about unicorn?
Unicorns? Did he find where they were?
If you
I
all
don't know.
turn to look, Reggie's gone. Like, he's gone.
He's
Maybe
either
later.
finding a unicorn or he's digging a burrow.
He lives in a burrow. You sure? He's not just joking with you, is he?
No, he's actually digging burrows.
No, it's just phenomenal. Oh, I want more.
That's a win.
Oh, more. Can I fly up to the bar?
Mhm.
And I just say,
Afternoon. What's good today?
Well, what do you fancy?
Maybe like a mushroom tea or something.
We could do that. If you want tea, we've got tea. And gets a kettle which looks stone cold. And you see this furbolg individual, very tall, probably about 6'5", quite stocky in build, wearing an apron. It says just like "kiss the cook" on it, and she's got like a tussle of purple hair. And like a big nose ring, and she's kind of like bustling around and looks at this kettle and just begins to kind of utter some words. It begins to boil, and as it boils, it lifts up into the air and pours into a small little fairy-sized cup, which floats
Right.
on over to you.
thank you very much. And I'll just druid craft like a little mushroom to pop out the end of the glass like a cocktail umbrella.
Amazing.
As he's ordering his drink, Lucian sort of sidles up to the bar, looks at the furbolg, looks at her apron, is like, "Is that a request or an order? And is it on the menu? And can I have one?"
I mean, what can I get you?
Okay, so it's not on the menu. Fine.
It can be later if you order something.
Oh,
I've got a business to run.
let me know what time you're off, and I'm sure we can find some other ways to do things. So, do you have?
Whatever your heart desires.
Oh, you're just trying too hard now. Whatever you would drink, give me some of that.
You see her go and grab one of the many pristine tankards from the shelves behind her and grabs one of them and just kind of encants something before handing it to you with a bit of a bow. You see she's kind of, it's been a slow day and she's kind of remembering how to do customer service, and she kind of like gives it to you and just kind of like, "I hope this tickles your fancy."
Well, if you find me later, I'll let you know, and we can find out how other ways to tickle it. But at the moment, and he'll take a drink.
God,
Wow.
I like this guy.
I love Lucian.
It was a flirt.
I love Lucian.
Oh, dude.
Oh god.
But yeah, what's in it? I'm just taking a sip, looking very enticing over as I do it.
Is that any good?
It's drink.
It is okay. So it's essentially like a daiquiri. Like it is.
Oh,
It is good. It is good.
I will have one of those too, miss.
As he drinks it, he's like, "This cup does not do this drink justice. Hats off to you."
At that, she kind of nods. "I'm so sorry," and clicks her fingers, and it changes into a coconut. With
Oh, now that is festive. Saffron, you've got to try one of these. It's just marvelous.
Definitely. Can I have a large one of those, please?
Absolutely. I mean, if you notice, and Lucian, as you take a sip, you notice it hasn't gone anywhere. It hasn't emptied.
Dick.
I want to go to the Feywild
let's
so bad.
Hell yeah.
He sort of drinks, looks at it, drinks again, is like, so you're trying to get me drunk, I see. This is just a never-ending cup.
A large won't be necessary, miss. And gets a tankard. Do you want the same coconut bowl thing?
It looks absolutely fabulous.
Like something, turns it into and this time there's a flaming umbrella that is coming out of it.
Well, ain't you lovely? As she goes to reach it, she kind of just like strokes her hand as she takes it.
She kind of like steps back and looks between the two of you.
Take your pick.
And it's just kind of like and you see her kind of like mutter to you don't know what it is below, and she kind of Falspar, you're kind of like there with your mushroom tea, and under her breath you can hear her just go, both could be an option. And you hear another voice return, just like, not this again, but Glenda, you can't keep doing this.
Yes.
Absolute chaos in the Feywild.
As you
Do we-
notice,
Do
Freya,
we owe you money?
Sorry, if you said it again, that.
Sorry. Do we owe you for this?
No, so drinks around the house for up until dusk time, and then they deplete, and that's when we begin charging. So drink up while you can.
Can I owe you for this? Because I really would like to.
I mean, you both can if you really want to.
I can't look
What's your name? Sorry?
Glenda.
Glenda. Wonderful. Well, me and my friend have some things to explore, but I'm pretty sure we'll both be back later.
Well,
I just nod and agree.
look forward to it. I look forward to it.
You two,
Guys.
you two plan to do the double shuffle with Glenda.
As you go.
Arios, you hear from just above your head. We're not all like that, don't worry. And as you look up, Falspar is kind of has his legs hooked onto a bit of like bunting or some lights or something like that. And he's just hanging upside down, holding his cup upside down, and he's drinking out of it with a flute. Just doing it like that. Just watching everything that's going on, just hanging upside down above your head.
That's
Or-
normal.
What would
Don't
you
worry,
recommend to pair with whatever this is?
Oh,
me.
sweetie, you're not okay. Well, do you like alcohol, or do you want something non-alcoholic?
It's been a while since I've had alcohol.
Okay. Well, this is quite a special bottle of wine. I got this from a different kind of universe. It's a whole kind of plane of travel thing. It's a Pinnace Gold.
Yes!
Well done.
That's good stuff, that.
Very good.
Damn good stuff, that.
Was that a reference?
It might have been a
Oh,
reference.
so when we get back, you can have inspiration in the normal campaign. That was dope.
If you'd care to partake.
I will trust your judgment.
Okay. Well, there you go, sweetie. And hand you just a wine glass full.
Not even savouring it, just sort of downs it.
I'll do it.
Clovis would be turning in his seat if he knew.
Savour that shit, man.
Ugh.
Didn't smell it, didn't swill it. Fucking hell.
Eros, as you down it, you can feel like it like slightly tingle and burn a bit, and you just kind of cough, and the black smoke kind of just emerges as you absolutely down that far too fast, and the fire inside you has not agreed with it. As you just black smoke.
That's interesting.
Well, I mean, I can just get you some of that mushroom tea if you'd rather.
That would be ideal.
Okay, amazing stuff. And just kind of reheats the kettle and pours out a much bigger cup for yourself. But as I am dying for the toilet, I am going to suggest that you guys gather your drinks. Reggie, you've disappeared off in search of unicorns. Freya, you're kind of frantically, you're looking out after him, trying to find him, but he's gone. Meanwhile, you're also potentially planning a threesome with this furbolg barmaid.
It's on one!
I mean, it's not D&D at the time.
My task, like my task.
But on that note, I think we're going to stop for a quick break and we'll be back in about 10 or so minutes. So
Yeah.
we'll see you there.
Cool.
sorry about that, and hope you guys are sitting comfortably. We're going to jump right back in to these guys getting sloshed on daiquiris, or having some mushroom tea, and Reggie, who has gone off. We're going to cut to you first.
Yes. Well,
Yes.
what you see, so when Reggie, in all of excitement, when he says to Aneros that he's going in search of unicorns, he rushes and keeps up the facade of haste throughout and a bit to give the appearance of excitement. As he turns right out of the tent, takes a few paces until he's comfortable that he's out of sight, his pace slows. He turns, looks to ensure that nobody has followed. As soon as he sees that the coast is clear, he takes another sharp right into the bushel and out of sight of the main crowd within this area.
Okay.
I want to find a secluded spot and have a look around to ensure that there are nobody looking at me. Or
Roll me a perception check.
that's a natural 6.
Aha.
An 8.
The coast is clear.
As soon as the coast is clear, he kneels down a little bit to try and keep out of sight as best to onlookers. Taps his chest. The little button in the shape of a shield on his chest.
Oh, God.
Captain's log, fate date 347.32. I have infiltrated Titanias Circus. Though nobody has approached me yet with the task at hand, I have found some valuable information. I've been paired up with these people by the name of Valspar, Lucian, Oneros, Eros, and Freya. Though I do not know if their intentions have been made clear as yet, I am somewhat suspicious of their intention. As soon as somebody makes their approach, I shall be back in touch. Out. And he taps his chest again, straightens himself up, rolls his shoulders back, and walks back out. And then when he gets back out onto the main stretch, he will then, I want to look around to see if I can see any unicorns.
Easy enough to do.
Okay.
You do not spot any unicorns, but you do see outside of this tent as you emerge from the bushel, you're used to the static feedback by now, and you kind of shake yourself, clamber out of the bushel, and to your right, you see Unicorn Carousel, a massive wooden signpost with a glorious unicorn painted upon it. And you see the tent curtains themselves are closed shut, and you see a tabaxi individual with a cropped waistcoat with golden buttons tying it, nothing on their lower half, tail swishing, looking at these two individuals and just going, I am sorry, my dears. The carousel, it is closed for now. We will open it once the unicorns decide to cooperate. Epona is having some difficulties, but I'm sure we will be back to our usual scheduled programming ever so swiftly.
Okay. Upon hearing that, Reggie will wait to see if those individuals leave, and when they do, I will approach the tabaxi.
Yeah, you kind of hear like muttering. These two individuals themselves are very, very pale, white, like whiter than me and Natalie White, and
Hold out.
That was an unnecessary dig.
Just pulling no punches.
like paper white with lines of black, kind of like creating this mosaic pattern across their faces. And they kind of look to each other, and you hear one of them mutter, I don't understand. Like, when Bridget was here earlier, they were open. Fuck's sake. And they both kind of link arms and go tutter off in search of something else.
I I start walking up to the tabaxi, but in much more of a saunter type walk than anything than a straight military walk. And I'll cross my paws and place my hand on my chest as I walk up. Well, hello there. I have to say, that is quite the intricate waistcoat you are wearing. Might I inquire as to the tailor of such a garment?
Well, I mean, all of Titania's favorites are styled by her personal tailor themselves. Solaris Amethyst is a particularly skilled craftsman.
Well, I must say that if we ever get the occasion that you may introduce me to Solaris, I would be very much appreciative of that, because this is absolutely... I have to say, I'm a bit lost for words. It's very rare that I see tailoring like that where I'm from.
Clearly, but don't worry, I can absolutely put you in touch if the opportunity arises. Now, can I help you at all?
Well, I hope so, yes. I have come all this way in search of some beautiful unicorns, and it appears that they are not available for me, and I have to say that does not sit quite right. Is there anything I can help you with to facilitate the reopening of your here carousel?
Roll me a persuasion check.
Ooh, that's good, that's good. That's a 15 plus some things. It's gonna be a 21.
You see her kind of look around, like the cat eyes just scouring before she kind of like loosens the shoulders a bit and just goes, do you have any experience with dealing with creatures like this?
Well, I don't like to boast about such skills, but I have a certain affinity towards unicorns. Now, they make for the most majestic of creatures, and I will do anything that is in my power to get you. I would not like you to fall from grace. You are, as you say, one of the favorites, so if I can do something to help you out, then by all means, I will do that.
Okay, all right. Quickly. And she kind of like opens the tent and ushers you in before kind of going back to her post and pretending as though nothing happened. As you enter, you see 4 pairs of unicorns attached to this carousel, not moving. Gold filigree laces the entire ride, and you see that the unicorns themselves are held in place of their own volition, but they're very much all just kind of staring at the ground. Most of them are pure white with different coloured manes. So there's one pair with bright purple mane that fades to a pink, kind of like a kind of like what Natalie's hair's doing, to be honest. Purple and pink shock around the back. That's 2 of them. You have a blue mane on another 2 pair. You have green mane on a 3rd pair, and then you have a jet black mane on the remaining pair. And you see this centaur, a very small centaur, probably about your height, is going around like frantically just trying to like, come on guys, please, I really need you to cooperate with me, like please, like what do you want from me? I've given you food, I've what do you want? And you see this small centaur. She has 2 braids of brown hair with kind of plaits within the braids themselves, cascading down her shoulders, and she's kind of wearing quite an open, floofy shirt. Floofy shirt, which comes in at the wrists. Nothing on her lower part, but a load of jewelry, which mainly just seems to be bits of nature, whether it be like shells on one necklace, various leaves or twigs on another, some tiny fossils on a third, just laden around her throat. and she's just frantically. You hear the clattering of all the jewelry together as she's running around trying to figure out what's going on.
Hey now, might I suggest a
Scared the shit out of me.
I apologize. I may be small in stature and my feet have their own cushions. It's a whole thing. Might I suggest a different approach?
What approach should that be?
Have you paid them many compliments you here today? Now,
I mean,
unicorns.
I did the usual affirmations.
Unicorns are the most least appreciative of all the horse folk. You should know that. Now, they take some quite delicate touch to get them to do what you want. Now, look, watch and learn. And Reggie will kind of walk up to. Oh, fuck you, Hannah. Reggie will walk up to the first one and he'll, now don't be scared, miss. Reggie's here to help. Now tell me, dear, what ails you? You have such nice flowing hair, and haven't I told you how beautiful your coat looks? And your hooves, now they look freshly done. Now, do Reggie a favor, honey, and get your behind moving so that everybody can marvel at your splendor. I fucking hate you, Hannah. Why did you, what? I mean, I don't hate you, but it was the dice, but this, Jesus Christ.
First of all, roll me an animal handling check.
With advantage, because I'm flirting with a fucking unicorn, dude.
No.
That's cool. That's a natural 4 for a 3.
Okay. All right. So, upon closer inspection of the unicorn, as you approach the unicorn and begin flirting with it, you see around its neck is a small sign that has what you assume to be its name, kind of like a name tag, and it says Squeaky on it. And
right
upon midway through your compliments, you just hear and it goes to punch you. Like it lifts, it rears up, and it woof, goes to strike out at you.
Okay, can I move out the way?
You can, because it didn't hit. So you hop out the way.
Okay.
And you just hear it go.
Are you sure? Are you sure these here is real unicorns? Now, usually that they would react differently to that kind of affection. I might be losing my touch here.
I mean, they're definitely real unicorns. I mean, I think so. We kind of only got them in this morning.
You think so?
They normally behave.
Wait, gosh darn minute. Now, you're telling me that this here bunch of unicorns you've only had in your possession for less than a day?
Yeah. It was a bit of a last minute rush order to get them in. And,
well, shit.
I am normally in charge of stables, and you know I'm normally quite good with horses, as you can see. But these guys are just not cooperating.
There is a definitive difference between horses and unicorns.
Can you say that again?
There is a...
You want to give that one another pass?
Yeah, because that fucked me up. Well, there is
the big rooster.
Well, there is a definitive difference between horses and unicorns. You cannot treat them the same way. Now, unicorns is special. Look at them, majestic, beautiful creatures. They ain't some mules that drag around a cart. You got to treat them differently. Have you tried violence?
Have I tried violence?
That's right.
Why would I hurt
Just
them?
not to hurt them, just playfully. Just give them a little tap on the behind, just to see if it don't get them going.
I mean, we'll do like the tap to get them going, but they're not having it.
Have you tried to do it harder?
I feel fact, you need to get out because you are very much recommending we hurt our unicorns.
Absolutely not. I love unicorns. I would never want to see one's a harm if it were the last day on this earth.
Reggie, looking around at the other unicorns to see if yours was a dud that you were trying to convince, you see other nameplates, and you see some of them, however, are incomplete. Of each pair, there is one that's complete and another that has elements of its name, it seems, missing.
Okay.
With one pair, you see Beholder as one of the names, and on the other pair to the horse, you just see BE space, like just spaces.
Mm-hmm.
On another, you see Glitter as one of the names,
okay.
And then G space space space.
Okay. I would like to take a moment to kind of try and calm the one that tried to kick Reggie. And then as I'm doing that as an action, and I'm like, calm now, shush, it's gonna be all right. I'd like to cast a Divine Sense.
Okay.
Doesn't have to be subtly, but I want to see if they are indeed unicorns.
Well, Divine Sense is only celestials,
fiend, or undead. That's right.
They are neither.
They're none of those. Okay, that's fine. Okay.
Just gonna pause while you
that's
think of
fine.
what you're gonna do next,
Yep.
and we're gonna return
That's
to
cool.
everybody else.
No worries.
Just hanging about.
Yeah.
Literally, by my knees. Watching these lot.
Been drinks by now, so. So I got lost in the unicorn talk. What are we doing?
We're getting pissed.
You are getting pissed, unless anybody would else like to do anything different.
Well, I would like to see if there's some sort of bard or band playing anywhere, or if there's music.
Okay, so looking around, there's music coming from everywhere, and upon further inspection, you see instruments floating in the sky at various points, playing themselves. But they all seem to be in harmony with one another. It's not discordant. They're somehow recognizing a single tune and are playing it across.
Can I see if I can try to replicate that tune?
Absolutely, you can. Roll me a performance check.
Will do. Just gonna go down to performance.
Dan, can you see what I've shared with you, by the way?
You have shared it with everyone.
Yeah,
Oh.
I know.
Oh, you shared it with everyone because it's on screen. I've just kept it on screen so that everyone can at home
it's with
can see
everyone.
it.
It's fine. It's fine. It's with everyone.
That's a 30.
A 30. Okay. So you kind of have walked towards the center of the area and have perceived all of these instruments. And you, what are you wanting to play this on? What are you wanting to accompany with?
Well, I would like to take out my I don't know how to say this in English, but is it lyre or lyre?
Lyre.
Lyre. So I'd like to take that one out and sort of just put my feet up on like a bar stool or some sort of stool beside me and start playing along and see if I can sort of make them change to my tune as I sort of divert.
Okay, so you're picking up the song and then slowly changing it.
Yeah.
And as you skillfully and easily begin to pluck the strings, the music does change and begins to mirror and harmonize with what you are playing. All around, you all hear, and even Reggie, muffled within the tent itself, notice the music begin to change slightly. Still excellent composition, but it does pick up, it does follow.
And I'm gonna
put
try
it down.
I'm gonna try to make it pick up in tempo, and eventually it's going to become sort of an Irish jig.
So as I don't know if I have
Wow.
Irish jig. Let's see. Hang on.
Did you not prepare Irish jig music?
No.
Shocking! Shocking!
How
I
dare you?
didn't.
I feel personally attacked.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, right.
This puzzle thing is confusing the hell out of me though.
I know. I'm still
You went
looking at
down
like.
there.
I know what the top one is. I know what the second one is.
Oh, don't
Can't
say
do that
anything.
first. You are?
Don't say anything.
I'm not going to, but it's.
I don't have Irish jigs, so you know.
That's
Oh.
all right.
You know,
It's there.
as the music picks up, you notice the patrons milling around begin to look over at you and look at the instruments floating near them. And you see a couple of, particularly the Fey native individuals, begin to nod and begin to stamp their feet. And all of a sudden, a gaggle of satyrs crowd you and begin to dance around you in a circle, reveling, giggling, cackling. They are loving what you are doing.
Amazing. I'm just going to keep that flow going. As soon as I see them starting to sort of dance around, I'm going to say, oh God, this is going to go horribly. I'm going to see if I can jump up on one of their backs.
On one of their backs?
And sort of keep the music going on horseback.
Okay. Roll me an acrobatics check with disadvantage because you are trying to continue playing whilst
Yeah.
leaping up.
Okay, first one was good, so let's just open. Oof. Okay,
Oh, no.
that's an 11 total.
Oof.
So you go to kind of propel yourself from the bar using the bar stool that you kind of got one of your legs lifted up onto. However, you misjudge the height of the satyrs themselves. And just as you go to leap onto one of their shoulders, they also decide to leap up at the same time as part of their dance, and you both collide in the air. And your lyre just twangs, and you're scared for a second that you've broken a string. But as you land, and everyone just kind of stopped staring at you.
Hey!
And they just go, and they just loved it. They loved it. So yeah, so they're cheering you. You bow. They kind of some of them give you pats on the back. The others like gesture towards Glenda, and they're just like, get this man another drink. They look very very thirsty.
I'm gonna wipe the sweat off my brow and go and ask for a big ass jug of ale.
And you get a medium-sized jug of ale, but it is not empty.
Is there a straw?
If you
It's a crazy straw.
you request a straw, the craziest of straws will be given.
Amazing.
All right,
I'm just
all
gonna take the
right.
straw and I'm gonna go look out at Felspar and go, Felspar, look, bubble bath.
Super.
Not really my taste.
Each their own, I guess.
Do you do that often?
Which one, the bubble bath or the fighting with the centaurs?
The performance that you just put on.
That was pretty
Oh.
amazing. I'll give it to you.
Well, of course. I'm the Bard of Dreams.
I like that name.
Wait,
Does that mean you put people to sleep?
Wait, you haven't heard of me?
Have I heard of the Bard of Dreams?
No,
Have I heard of the Bard of Dreams?
Lucian, history check. Freya, history check disadvantage. Falspar, no.
Okay.
They're still good. They're still good. That's a dirty 20 with
That's
disadvantage.
Holy crap.
That's a
With
15 for me.
disadvantage.
15, okay.
Yes.
Lucian, the nickname rings a bell.
Yeah.
you have it's more kind of when you've been inquiring about potential performers and it just happens to have came up, but you skimmed past it. Freya, you've actually seen the Bard of Dreams perform, but last time he got kicked to the curb.
Oh.
And they were not welcome.
Okay, and this is
back in Exandria.
Okay. Oh, sorry, I didn't quite recognize you there. Of course, I've seen you perform. Amazing, I have to say.
Well, thank you.
As she mentions it, I think I've skimmed past your name a few times when looking for acts, so yeah.
So I'm travelling with people of renown. Well, that's encouraging.
Is everyone here an important guest?
Obviously. What makes you important there, my big friend?
I'm not.
Oh,
I hardly doubt that.
well, not yet. Maybe. You never know.
You may be more important in certain circles than you even realize.
I'm important in the circles that matter.
Well,
To
there you go.
you.
Those are the kind of circles I'm trying to get in. Speaking of going around in circles, are we going to sit here drinking all day, or are we going to go and have a little go on the rides? Reggie's out there having fun.
Indeed,
Oh.
I want to see if he's found himself a unicorn.
I completely forgot about him.
No, disadvantage!
Well, I'm done with this, and I'll just sort of.
I rolled a 22 DM on my initiative. After that.
From the other 10.
As you just kind of go to drop it, are you still up in like
Yeah.
the beams?
I've righted myself now, but I just kind of drop it.
Yeah, as you drop it, you see just a tiny little mage hand come out and catch it. And from behind the bar, you see a fellow fairy. This time, this one is a female individual with very long, pointed ears, a shock of green hair, and is just kind of catching it and just kind of looks up at you, flutters towards you, just like, do you not have any manners?
I'm sorry.
Okay, and go sleep.
Okay, no problem.
Right, shall we go?
I grab the rest of the glasses and return them politely to the barkeep. And don't you be going anywhere now.
Definitely won't. And she kind of like collects everything, looks to Lucian, kind of gives a nod of the head, looks to Freya, gives a nod of the head, and goes to kind of the side tent that's adjoining the back to go and dispose of the dishes. But you all make your way out of the tent. Yes?
Or as they leave, Lucian is going to sort of
More flotation.
peel off slightly, and as saying that, he's going back to the bar.
Mm-hmm.
And would I have seen the ferry go back down? Like, I know there's two people there now, don't I?
There's at least two people there, yeah.
Yeah. Sort of leaning over the bar looking for someone, he sort of leans over to see if he can see his very tall and just, and looks to one of the barkeeps below and just goes, I was wondering if I might have a word, actually. I'm here for something.
You see kind of a clawed hand reach up onto the bar area, and then you just see a little impish face appear from below, sweat on his brow. It's like, yeah, what can I do for you?
Oh, I didn't see you there. I love the sweat.
It's hard work down there. It's quite warm.
I can imagine it's hard work everywhere. I'm looking for someone here, specifically an act, I believe. Who would I talk to about getting in contact with them?
I mean, if it's one of the main acts in the big top performance, I don't think you'll be able to see him. But I mean, you can go talk to Artemis. They're by the big top tent. They might tell you a bit more information about the acts. Speaking of, Lucian, as you were walking and you peered through the program, you did in fact see the stalwart bloom.
Was there a time, or was there just like a between two things?
It was just between two things.
Okay. All right. Artemis by the big top tent. Thank you very much, and enjoy your hot work. As he turns, he's just going to send a message to her in the back, and as he walks away, he's like, "And I'll be back for you later."
You hear in the distance as one of the jugs just clatters to the floor, and then she kind of, I look forward to it, and just kind of you hear bustling in the back and a slight giggle in your mind as you leave. So you're all
got a very Cheshire grin on his face, like, I love it.
But you guys
Quickly
leave
catches up with everyone else.
our tent, and yes, Lucian catches up with you guys. As you're kind of making your way through the main kind of thoroughfare, you see a few things. You see the tent, which Reggie had stumbled on previously, with the picture of the unicorn depicted on the sign, and the tabaxi individual in front, kind of again recomposed herself and is just kind of standing watch, occasionally going to peer in and seeing what's going on in there before just kind of turning back around. You see as well, by this little pool over here, you see a couple of things. You see a odd individual hovering above the water, very lanky, looks very tall. A beard that almost resembles grey tentacles cascading from his chin, no hair on the top of his head, wearing long, deep blue robes, and is just sat there meditating. But behind him, on the bank of the pool, you see a weird-looking vat with a bellows attached to it. And within the vat, you hear... Looking closer, you see a very odd-looking creature. You see what seems to be almost like a crab, but without the hard exterior. It's like a naked crab. It's like the shape of a crab.
Yeah.
But it has many tentacles around it, and it's just kind of hovering in this large vat of water. Two eyes protrude from its... That's the music, I don't know why I did that.
I was like, that was very well timed.
Two eyes protrude from the top of its head, and it's just got a very lovely big smile on its face, just bobbing around. You also see, behind it, more to the side, a very large teapot with a goblin individual in front. And looking above, you see an individual, just a human-looking individual, inside a bubble that's emerging from the teapot itself and is rising into the sky.
What's that?
To your right, as well as the unicorn tent, you see a small little stall, but within it there are a series of cages, and within each cage there are, for those of you familiar with the Feywild, you would know that within each cage lies a fairy dragon, a very small little dragonite creature with fairy wings, and they are currently all various colours munching on some kind of meat. There is an individual at the stool, a minotaur, quite large, especially in comparison to these fairy dragons. And there are a series of blindfolds at the front of the stall itself. In addition to that, there is a load of giant dragonflies parked up in some kind of stable type of thing near the big top tent itself.
When you say giant, how giant are we talking about?
We are talking that Eros would struggle. The others would be able to ride the dragonfly. They are saddled up.
As we're just sort of walking through, inspecting the various attractions, I'm going to try and, without anyone noticing, activate my ring.
Okay. All right. You do so. Give me 2 seconds.
And it's...
Yeah, you have to remind me what I said it did.
It's 30 foot,
What's the
30 foot
range?
range. 30 foot range.
Okay.
The detection thing.
Yeah, 2 seconds.
I'm just doing that because it lasts 10 minutes because I'm just trying to get
Yeah, you're walking around.
get a scope on some people, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Very
Okay.
serious.
So, within 30 feet, at the moment, as you're walking through,
Yeah.
you...
Obviously, everyone's popping up.
Yeah,
So-
everyone is popping up.
yeah.
There are a couple people who don't, though.
Huh?
So, for instance, Eros doesn't,
Mm-hmm.
but there is something somewhat celestial there.
Mm-hmm.
Lucian is an interesting one. You can't actually quite place it.
Huh.
It's not Fae, it's not undead, it's not
No.
celestial. Or is it? It is very
And it's
hard
not
to place.
Fiend.
I mean, there's some fiendish nature there, but it seems to be an amalgamation of a lot of things.
Yeah, sure.
So you can't quite place it. In addition to that, you see a few blips.
Blip blop.
You within the tent,
Mm-hmm.
you get blips of aberration.
Which tents?
The tent with the unicorns.
Okay.
And you don't spot any undead at all. There's a few fiends, the imp at the bar, for instance.
Yeah.
But yeah, as you're walking around, mostly Fae. Mostly Fae.
Okay. Where's Big Ears got to?
He was. Where would unicorns be? Saffron, you said you were looking. You might know.
Looking over, I can see the tent that has the sign for the unicorn.
Yeah.
I'm gonna send a message in that direction. Hey there, friend. Did you find some unicorns? You see that yet?
Yes, I did, but all is not as it seems, I fear. I shall reconvene with you in a moment.
I send another message. Do you need help?
Oh no, darling, it's not me that needs no help, but thank you.
I think he needs help. He's in that tent over there.
He's in that one under there.
The one with the unicorn on it.
There's no
You do it.
unicorns in there.
He said that he found unicorns, and there's a unicorn on the sign.
I'm gonna move closer.
Mm-hmm.
See if I start to pick anything up.
8 aberrations.
I think old man might want to maybe get out of there for a minute.
Do you sense danger in some way? I mean, do you
Not
have
necessarily.
X-ray vision? Can you see through the tent?
That's all. I mean, that's all very. That sounds wonderful. No. I mean, sort of, maybe. No. But it's yeah. I
Wow.
mean,
That's clear then.
It's good to know what you can do. So, what's wrong with the tent?
look, I'm an inquisitor. Okay, I'm sent to find Fae and aberrant beings, errant creatures and entities on the mortal realms, and whatever's in there ain't no Fee, and it ain't Fae, and it ain't no unicorn.
What would out of game? What would a unicorn show up as?
Celestial.
Celestial.
Okay.
Hence why I pumped out the thing.
Yeah.
Well, if he does need help, I think we should go and help him. Since how we're birdies and all. And I whistle, and Phoenix comes running.
They might already, I mean, if something's in there they might already have him. Let me go and have a look.
He did respond to my message now, so he seems to be fine.
I mean, aren't they supposed to be here? You said these kind of things live here.
Well, yeah, I guess it could be part of the show, but I mean,
Yes, I lean down to, I lean over to, I don't remember your name. Evan.
Oneros.
Oneros.
Yeah, that's Oneros. Sorry. This one seems a bit of a worrywart. I'm just gonna go. I want to see the unicorns, and I start moving.
Right.
Just said there's no unicorns in that tent.
He said there was unicorns, so he's in the tent.
Well, if he says that there's unicorns, and he says that there's no unicorns, then I definitely want to see what's in the tent.
It's Schrodinger's unicorn.
Shredded unicorn.
Falspire is very much just like, be my guest. I told you there's no unicorns in there. Go and find out what is. Let me know.
Are you two chicken to see if there's unicorns in this tent?
It's a bit hard. He kind of just starts moving towards, but I'm going to go around and find a flap to go in. Rather than...
Reggie will be. He will try to calm whatever this is, knowing full well it's not a unicorn. And then he will just spin and go, I, in fact, have an acquaintance that might be better suited to this sort of work. If you don't mind, I will just be a moment. And he'll turn and start walking out.
Okay.
As he opens the thing to the tent, and he'll do so like flamboyantly and then place his hands back on his chest as if he's like, no, not like fling it open, but like fling it open just so he walks out, put his hands back on his chest and go, well, I have to apologize to you a little bit. I'm afraid that though my expertise is vast and somewhat learned, I am of no use here. I do apologize. Do you have someone that I can seek out for you? I'm saying this to the tabaxi.
If there was somebody to seek out, I would have seeked them out. That's why I implored for your help.
Well, if that's the case, you enjoy your fall from grace now. No favoritism.
No.
Thank you very kindly.
Hold on. Listen, do you have anybody else who might be able to help?
I might do, yes, but I have to say that cost will not be coming out of my pocket. As I'm sure is a custom here, you don't take without giving. Now, I do not want to see you fall from grace from Titanias so high perch that she holds you on to cover you in such garments. So I have to say that if you want this keeping quiet, you're gonna have to make it worth my while.
What do you want?
Well, when the time is right, I may need information. When that time comes, you will be giving it to me most handsomely. Understand?
You certainly have a way with words, small one.
I do. Thank you. I shall be back momentarily. And he just turns and walks away.
She kind of goes to poke her head inside, and just kind of, like, you guys all can see this, like, you can tell she's frazzled, and she looks in, and you can just hear a tut under her breath, and she just, like, goes inside the tent and secures it from the inside, and you just hear, like, muffled shouting inside as she just begins to lay into Epona for not having sorted this already. Guys,
was the Shetland Centaur called Epona?
Huh?
Was the Shetland Centaur called Epona?
Centaur.
Yeah.
I mean, irony is not.
That's so
it
good.
was. Yes.
Cool. I thought it was one of the horses. Just making sure.
No, it was Epona, yes. What would you guys like to do?
Do we we were going ahead towards him, so then they was
Yeah, if I spot them, I will.
Come out now.
Yeah, if I spot them, I'll start.
Fastbar's gone off, and you have, with your passive perception, have been able to find kind of where the upper tent connects to the rest of it. There's a gap big enough for you to scoot on through.
I'm gonna go.
I do so.
Not you.
Oh,
No, me.
sorry.
The little tiny 1 foot tall.
Your little tiny one.
I thought it was a big hole, to be fair.
No hole.
Okay, I'm gonna sort of fly down just to that little gap, and I'm going to druid craft my leather stuff into kind of, like, you see sort of black bark sort of start coming out of it, and the sort of almost what looks like just like a smear of ash on his face just kind of covers his whole face, so he just becomes this little dark fairy guy.
Nice.
And I'm gonna slip inside.
All right. Roll me a stealth check.
Okay. That's 29.
You blend in seamlessly to the dark shadows, unseen by anybody. You stealth off map.
Yeah, and like I'm like Felspar isn't using his wings. His wings have, like, tucked down behind his back, and he's now almost crawling through, like, the ropes and the poles of the tent like a spider, almost. Like his arms almost like double jointedly pull him through the little gaps and stuff like that.
I don't like it.
Oh yeah, that was one of the things we can't talk about. So as you kind of begin to pull yourself through, you spot the Tabaxi, who was just having a quick exchange with, well, you didn't spot the exchange with Reggie, but you see her storm in and go straight up to the Shetland Centaur.
Yeah.
And towering over her is just hissing in, what languages do you speak?
Common, primordial, Sylvan, and Thieves' Cant.
You do not understand what is being said, but neither, it seems, does Epona, who's just staring up, wide-eyed, confused, and is just like, I'm real sorry. I'm trying. I'm really trying. I don't know what it is. When you ordered these in, was this? What did they say? And you see the Tabaxi kind of lean down and she'll be like, these were specially ordered for Titania herself. She posted the order herself. Do you genuinely think that our queen would make such a mistake? Do you dare have the audacity? This treacherous attitude, Epona. I expected better of you. And you see Epona kind of shrink even more into herself before the Tabaxi kind of gets a clawed finger beneath the chin of Epona and lifts her chin to face, so they're making eye contact, and you see a bright green flash of light emit from her feline eyes as she stares down, and that same green light is mirrored back from Epona's eyes as Epona just kind of stands there, unmoving, still upright, just staring.
And so are they locked for like a duration of time during this?
They're locked for about a minute or so.
Okay. While that's happening, I'm gonna do a scan of the room to see if anything like if they were delivered today, if there are any like anything from like invoices left over. I don't know if Fays have invoices or like just like a certain saddlebags with a certain brand or marking on them, or just anything that has any kind of marking which give me a clue like who delivered them or where they were delivered from.
Roll me an investigation check.
Okay. Gosh, this is the one thing that I don't have stupid amounts of pluses in, so wish me luck. Oh, 10.
10. You see various saddlebags, but they're mainly filled with food. There's no documentation, there's no branding on the leather of the bag or anything like that. But as you're looking around, you spot those similar nameplates that Reggie spotted earlier, and kind of your inquisitive mind picks up on them, and it confuses you slightly as to why some of them are incomplete. But upon first glance, these all seem like unicorns. And
my rig is still picking them up as aberrations. Okay. I don't think I'm going to do any big acts right now.
Okay. We'll move back to everybody outside.
Cool. I'll start making my way out.
Okay.
I'll wait to see what happens after this whole eye contact thing is finished. But
yeah. So eventually the tabaxi kind of leaving like a trail of blood as her claw lightly cuts Epona's chin. Not enough to do significant damage, but then she gives her a little smile and goes, "Now how about you hop to it again?"
Can I also try and insight check the tabaxi? Just in the tone of her voice and like the frustration and all this stuff like that.
Yeah.
Does she have some idea why these aren't like? Does she know what's going on more than she's letting on?
Oh, okay. Roll me an insight check.
There we go. That's going to be more like it. 24.
Okay. So you get the sense that she definitely knows more than she's letting on. However, she is also frustrated and baffled as to why this isn't working, because her words were true when she said these were ordered by Titania herself.
Yeah.
And there's no way our queen would make a mistake. She is equally as confused, but clearly doesn't want it run it up the chain of command in case her own position is jeopardized. But she definitely knows more than she's letting on.
Okay, cool. Oh yeah. So with that information, I'll start to scurry my way back out.
All right.
And as I get to the top, I'll jump out the top and start heading my way stealthily down to the rest of them, so no one sees me pop out.
Cool. Everyone else, Reggie, you have
So
and seen everyone else.
So as I walk away from the tabaxi, I'll walk at a slow pace and I'll pull my leather-bound book out from my breastplate, open it quickly, jot a couple of things down, close it and snap it shut, kind of look ponderous, and then shove it back in my breastplate and begin to walk in the direction of everyone else.
Okie dokie. All right.
And then as
we wouldn't have seen that, would we? Like, we're walking towards the tent and he's just come out and gone.
Just roll me a sleight of hand check with advantage, because no one's really necessarily got their eyes on you, Reggie.
Okay, that's it. And an 11. 12.
Freya, Eros, and I believe
I'm not necessarily doing it secretively.
Okay, cool.
It's more I pull it out, quickly jot it, snap it shut, I hold it for a second ponderously and then shove it back in. So I'm not trying to disguise the fact that I'm writing anything down this time.
I mean, in which case, Freya and Eros, you definitely spot it. Lucian and Eros, you probably spot it as well, just kind of out of the corner of your eye. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you find some unicorns then?
Well, as it so happened, no. I thought as much when I came in, but something struck me as a bit odd. Now, they aren't the traditional unicorns that I have come to admire from a distance. From what I've seen, they all have these kind of name plaques on their breast of their chest, hanging from their necks, and when I try to sense their presence,
What?
when I try to sense their presence,
Right,
listen, motherfuckers! I am trying to sell this accent.
Yeah, but you're doing a Laszlo from What We Do in the Shadows, and I love it. New York City.
New York City. It's fine. It's D&D. This accent exists.
Yeah, and guys, if there is anyone watching from home that is from maybe the outskirts of Louisiana from the 1600s, I wholeheartedly...
Please write a letter to that person.
Please do.
Let him know how upset
If I
you are.
carry a picture.
However, now, so when I tried to sense their presence, in the celestial form, I could not sense anything, so something struck me as a bit odd. Now, it is a bit unusual for a man like myself to not be able to sense unicorns in their presence. So, yes, maybe it's best we don't poke that beehive too much.
But I still want to see the unicorns.
I do not believe that they're unicorns, my dear. Otherwise, I would gladly join you. I do have such a soft spot for them.
What are they then? Horses with party hats on? I mean, what's going on?
Unfortunately, I was not able to detect quite what way they were, but unicorns they most certainly were not.
What's the kerfuffle with it not being open? Is there? Are they
Well,
having
it's in fact a carousel. I don't know if you know much about them, but they require the animals to move like, and they cannot get whatever they are to move. Despite
And
my best efforts as well.
You couldn't get them to move then. Interesting.
They are not unicorns, as I've said. If they were, I might have had more luck. Can I inquire as... I have no idea, my kind sir. Can I inquire as to what you have all been doing in my absence?
Drinking. He still has the coconut in his hand, just walking around with it, continually drinking from the never-ending daiquiri.
Dancing.
Very well.
Falling over, and she points to a nurse.
Now, I did not get a good look, and I will reiterate the name plaques that I saw to everyone. This is what they saw. I don't know if it means anything or something, but it did strike me as a bit odd.
Would it strike me as anything I've heard? Like a child's riddle or something?
A child's riddle? No.
No.
Yeah, I was about to ask as well.
So these signs, so they're on individual horses, like next, so two would,
Yeah.
so like next to each other, so two would be on one and then two would be on another. It's sort of like...
So each pair, so there's 4 pairs of horses on each kind of side of the carousel. 2 of them, so each pair has one with a full name and one with an incomplete name. So they're distinct from, each set is distinct from each other.
Mhm.
But it seems like the pairs go together.
Yeah,
Maybe-
so one incomplete, one complete, and they're together, but not. Yeah.
Maybe completing these names may help in some way. I know words hold great meaning and great power here.
From the way you describe it, I think the top ones, or at least one of them, beholder. The first was probably beauty. Beauty in the eye of the beholder. It's
And it's indeed.
what usually goes together.
Yes, and I did think that glitter and gold may have been another pair. All the glitters is gold.
But well, I was going to say glue, so it's glad that's not that.
Same.
I'm glad my mind is not the only one that works in similar ways.
You also thought glue?
You think?
What do you do with a dead corpse?
I do not think that this is a conversation for right now.
Sorry, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Unfortunately, I don't know. I am a little bit stumped on the other two. Do you have any ideas as to what they could be?
Falspar,
So-
at this point, you silently return.
But the other two are Iron and Squeaky?
Yes, Iron, and then Squeaky.
Squeaky.
Sounds like
Has
a whole heap
any-
of bullshit to me.
Ah, you have
Has
returned.
anyone of us noticed that he's been gone?
Yeah, did we even notice him leave?
That's up to you guys. He,
Yeah,
he
you
did,
saw me.
he
You,
did
you
announce
got
that he
the
was
guys.
going.
The guys who were outside the tent at the time saw me leave. Reggie did not.
I'll be back in 1 second.
All right. I was just wondering if you were stealthing away from us as well, or if you were like.
No. I and like quickly went off from you guys, and you probably did. You probably didn't see me go in, but you saw me go off to the side of the tent and then disappear
All right. Yeah.
into the afternoon.
Yeah.
And I was like, I've been here the whole time. Difficult to notice.
I don't believe you.
Fair enough.
You were concerned? Did your concerns come to any fruition?
Seems fine to me. Just a couple of angry horses.
Well,
Brandy horses. Wow.
Angry.
Okay.
I think if that's the case, then maybe we shouldn't pry too much. Is there anything else that you folk would like to do while we're here? What is in this big tent behind y'all?
I believe
I
that
mean,
is to be the main event. But that's not until later, right?
Lucian, you inquired upon events and performers. Was that correct?
Oh, yes, I program. Wanted to see what was on. You can have a look if you
Anything-
want. He just sort of hands it out as he chugs another finger of daiquiri.
I take the program.
All right.
Do I see what is on at the moment?
There doesn't seem to be anything on at the moment. It looks so on the program itself. It decrees that after, upon completion of the fireworks show, the big top performance will commence.
Oh. Okay, so that doesn't seem to be anything there until the fireworks show. Oh, I do love a fireworks show, and no one does it quite like here, so I can't wait for that.
Well,
But
is there any carnival games that maybe we can partake in to maybe kill some time before the big show?
I mean, I might like to have a little look at those cards.
Very
there's
well.
loads to do around here. We can have a little go in these bubbles or something.
I like to keep my feet on the ground, but sure,
relate.
you. Of
Lucky down
course.
I mean, could I
Are
have a
you
look?
still black? Like completely blacked up? Okay.
Could I have
That's not
a
what-
could I have a look around, please, DM, to see what other attractions there seem to be?
Yes, absolutely. So as you kind of cast your eyes around, you see what the others saw.
Mhm.
You see that odd individual hovering above the pond with the weird creatures in the vat behind. He's kind of just sat there complacent, but then there's an individual who walks past it's difficult to determine race of this individual. They have some short horns and pointed elven ears, but you're unclear as to the origin. And she kind of goes up, and you just hear him. He opens his arms and she goes, "But find a way of testing your strength. And striking a set of bellows with a maul and sending a little flump shooting out at the top of a tube. Don't worry, the flumps love it. So how about it, darling? You want to have a go?" And she kind of looks completely startled and taken aback that she's been randomly called out as she was just walking past and seeing what there was. And she goes, "Oh, no thank you, strength isn't really my forte. I'm going to go over here." And she goes over to this goblin gentleman who's dressed very finely in a tailored three-piece suit. And he just kind of looks and he goes, "All right, miss, you want to go in the bubbles? It's quite simple. All right, you let me see your bramble ticket. Hop into the gnarly tree knot, and up you go into the toilet trouble, but mind your short fob stays in the toilet trouble, else you might end up brown bread. Simple as, how about that?" And she just kind of goes, "Oh, goodness. Well, it does look fun."
Did you just... That was amazing. All in Cockney rhyming slang. That was dope.
I understood every word.
She kind of looks baffled a bit, but she's seeing like anybody with a decent passive insight looking
Yeah.
around this carnival, Aniros and Falspar. You notice a sufficient lack of young people. There are no children in attendance at this carnival that you see. But go on.
Just like you say, would we find that weird? Like this adult carnival, remember the lack of, because there's booze and people and
Yeah. But there are so some of the rides themselves, say the bubble ride and the dragonfly ride, you see that there are smaller dragonflies kitted out with saddles that look like they would take children. And it seems to be like it's trying to be a family fun event. Like there's drinks to keep parents going while their kids toddle off. But
I can relate.
But you haven't seen any children, so it depends on your experience with carnivals and fairs as your character, but it is something you note, especially in kind of a fun little teapot bubble ride like this. It's kind of like you'd expect to see a gaggle of kids lined up ready to go flying in a bubble. But as this woman looks up away from the goblin gentleman, she sees one of the bubbles pop up in the sky about 60 feet up, and she goes, oh goodness, and just sees a elven individual just gradually float down.
It's fun.
Before landing, straightens their shirts, kind of adjusts their necklaces, and goes, "Well, that was marvelous. Thank you so much, kind sir." And he says, "Absolutely no problem. That I've punched your ticket, haven't I? Yeah, I have. Okay, good stuff. All right, on your pop, miss. You want to go?" And she goes, "Oh, what the hell? We're in the circus." And she kind of steps towards this massive kettle. Like it is huge, and there's a small door carved within the kettle itself. And the goblin gentleman opens it and gestures for her to enter. And she kind of hunches down. It's still a bit too small for her, but she can still fit inside. And slowly from the top of the teapot, you see emerge this bubble begin to grow and grow and grow. And encased within is this woman as she begins to float up into the sky. And she goes, "Oh my goodness." And then she is up in the air.
It's Mary Poppins.
It's Mary Poppins, yo.
Anyone having a go?
Well,
Not me. No. feet on the ground.
I'm most curious. I did hear a moment ago that there was somebody wanting a feat of strength. That seems much more down my avenue. I might go and inquire as to what that game is. And I kind of like walk over in that direction.
I think maybe.
As Reggie walks off, he's like, and I really want to find who had that accent, so I'm going with
Hey, you guys.
I would like to see if I could beat this little furry hopper at his own game of strength. So
Are you
I'm just gonna walk off towards the kettle,
towards the
completely
kettle?
amused by the idea of just floating.
Amazing.
I'm gonna go with Eros.
Eros, okay. Wait, Aniris, what are you doing, Aniris?
Is there a space between the two where I can sort of watch all of them?
both.
Absolutely. There's actually scattered across the carnival there are toadstool seats where as you go to sit, it's like memory foam, like it and then as soon as you get off, it bounces
cool.
back. So it's like a proper comfy fungus seat.
Nice. I'm just gonna sort of hop play in one of those, and I want to have a quick look around for the crowd, sort of that is here as well.
Mm-hmm.
We already established that no children, but like, what sort of age? Where does the age limit go? Or
Yeah, so I'd
where's the
say
line?
it's a bit difficult given fey creatures and the various aging processes within various fey species. But you do see what seems to be, I think the youngest you see looks to be about 17, like 16, 17. And the oldest is likely a furbolg, another furbolg, off towards a pathway that seems to lead outwards. And it's difficult to put an age on it, but seems quite weathered by time, but grey in his beard. There's no one extremely old, but this individual is probably the oldest that you've seen so far. And kind of clocking him, you look towards the path that's leading off, and you see illuminated in some kind of arcane rite, like a programmed illusion is literally the spell. Just to meta that, programmed illusion of something that says in cursive writing, "Maze of Desires this way," and an arrow pointing up.
Okay. And the Furbolg, does he look like he's part of the carnival, or does he look like he's a guest?
He looks like a guest, and he looks like he keeps glancing up towards the pathway.
I'll go and approach him.
Okie dokie. While you go and approach him, let's get this over with. Let's first of all go to the people approaching the individual hovering over the pool. As you get closer, these sounds of
Hey, you go a bit closer to you, Mike.
Wait, you want me to go closer?
Oh yeah, just we couldn't hear what you just did. That's all.
I just did
Yeah.
a.
Yeah.
Hear that?
Now it is.
It's like-
We got it.
As you get closer, and you realise that these noises are coming from the creatures within the vat, and you see there's a big pool of them within the pool itself. There's a load of these creatures beneath, in this pristine, clear water that he's hovering over, and he just he's slightly put off by the individual, the woman not wanting to participate, but sees you all approach and just does the spiel again and just looks at you and she goes, but find a way of testing your strengths and striking a set of bellows with a maul and sending a little flump shooting out the top of a tube. Don't worry, the flumps, they love it. So who would like a go?
Well, I am most curious as to what a fluff is.
You don't know what the flump is?
I may not, in fact, have come across one of those before, but shooting one out the top of a thing, that sounds quite entertaining.
My little furry friend, look here! And goes in with long, spindly fingers and just fetches out a flump, which is probably about like the size of my head, maybe a little bit bigger, and just puts it towards you. You see this creature. They are very rare, but very special. They love being jettisoned out of tubes at utmost propulsion and sent into the air.
You had me at jettison.
It's a weird place to have you.
I know. And if you could just direct me towards this tube that I'm supposed to hit with the optimal of force, you said?
Absolutely. And he kind of chucks the flump back into the water and puts his arms out, and the water itself begins to ripple as stepping stones, which are themselves very thick lily pads, rise to the surface and pave a way across the pond to this mechanism. And he kind of hovers, remaining levitating, and moves backwards to stand beside, where he then picks up the maul with surprising strength but very spindly long arms and just presents it to you. It's like, now, I would request 5 silver pieces.
Oh, I can do one better than that. My dear, did you say something about a friendly competition?
Oh, indeed I did.
Then I shall also pay for the lady. And Lucy, would you like to participate?
Like, Lucian's by the pool, daiquiri swilling, just very dreamy smile on his face as he's staring at the wonderful accent coming towards him, I mean, whatever gets him talking more, it's fine. I'm not for strength, but it's fine. You two have your game.
That would be 2 for the propulsion of the things out of the tube.
Well, that would be 10... 10 silver pieces or 1 gold piece?
Easy enough to do. And he fiddles around in a little purse. And as you do that, and he reaches down and pulls his tunic up, you see attached to his waist is a little wooden pendant, like a little carved little thing in the shape of a foot, like a human foot. That's attached to his belt.
Wow.
And he gets the coin out and hands it to the person. Do not mind that. That is for luck.
Mason.
And then I will approach and I will grab them all. Can I, as I grab it, kind of test the weight of it? Is it weighted towards the end, or is it one of these typical carnival games that it's like an even weighted thing that...
No, this seems like a standard maul.
Okay.
Weighted towards the end, as you would expect it to be. And upon closer inspection of the tube itself, you see various markers going up. The first of which says weakling. The second says big boy. The third says demigod.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
This is very interesting. This particular flump absolutely fucking loves it. So whack as hard as you can.
Can I look at the flump to see if this thing is doing a Finding Nemo thing with its face above the glass going, no, no.
It's doing backflips.
Yeah.
And it's just going.
Okay.
Very happy.
Okay.
So athletics check, please.
Well, in fact, I would like to do a couple of things. Okay. Here's what I want to do. As my bonus action, I would like to rabbit hop, launch myself 15 feet in the air. I then want to throw them all up, land, and as I land and it lands, then strike down.
So are you using
I'm throwing
gravity?
them all. Yeah. So I'm leaping 15 feet, throwing them all up a little bit, dropping, catching it on the way down, and like smashing. So I'm not only using my gravity, but also the gravity of them all coming back down from a higher height.
Thor hammering it. Jesus.
First of
extra.
all,
So extra.
I would like an acrobatics check.
Oh, sure. I will just tick off my rabbit hop.
You've used it for this?
Oh, I have plenty. That would be a natural 17.
4.
21.
Okay. All right. Now roll me an athletics check with advantage.
Fuck yes!
21.
Oh,
Yes, yeah.
that was a 4. That wasn't very good. Oh, that's an 11 for 18.
18. Okay. So you watch Freya and Lucian as Reggie springs up into the air, almost reaching as tall as the bat itself, before swiftly and easily catching the maul and goes to strike down. As he strikes down, it looks like it's going to be an absolute clear impact, and there's no way it's going to lose propulsion. And you see the flump begin to like giggle with excitement. She's like, as the water pressure begins to build, and you see the flump begin to rise and jettison out. However, it stops just before it reaches the exit, the outer part. It's still in the tube.
Oh.
Which notch did Reggie get?
You're at demigod, but it's not out.
Motherfucker.
You reached
Okay.
demigod.
Well, that's a problem for
And
me.
then
Just
I,
reached demigod.
I then just kind of like spin the maul round to catch the head of it and the handle to Freya and go, "My lady, after you."
Okay. You can see that she doesn't look as confident as she should.
As she moves forward, Lucian just goes, "Don't worry, you've got this." And he's just going to tap on the shoulder and give her guidance.
Nice.
Thank you. I'm gonna fucking need it.
I thought, I was like, oh shit, did I have guidance and I didn't give myself it for that? Anyway, I don't have guidance.
So yeah, I take them all, weighing it like I saw him do, like I give it a bit of a jiggle to see
Mirroring it, yeah.
if I'm actually strong enough to pick it up. And yeah, so I'm gonna go. All right, give me space now. Give me space. And I spin round and try and bring it down.
Okay.
With all my might.
All right then. Roll me athletics check.
See how much of that you got?
Oh nope.
What was it?
That was a 6. I got
Wait.
guidance though,
You got guidance.
Yeah.
which is a D4. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is 4, so it's 10.
Okay. So you go to spin and you launch it down, and you get a bit distracted for a moment because Phoenix kind of appears like near you, kind of skulks out, and she goes. And as you go, you're worried you're gonna like collide with him because he's so close to you. So you jut out the way a little bit and don't fully connect with the bellows. But the flip does rise. It does rise.
So
You get between weakling and big boy.
Okay. Oh well. I mean, best 2 out of 3.
As Freya turns around, Reggie is just clapping. He goes, "Well, I have to say that was one hell of a display of your might. I honestly did not think that you would even get that."
You, my
Thanks.
friend. Just so you know, Chris, you're green.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
It's not intentional. I'm fixing it now.
I have to hand it to you. You were better suited for it. With those legs and all.
I did not mean any offense by what I said. You look all dainty and quite petite in the arms, and it was not meant in any offense. I would just see that you would be better suited to fine dining and candlelit dinners than throw in malls.
Entirely wrong.
I mean, Reggie, not to rain on your parade, but you did throw it and then use its falling force to get it high. Did you actually use your strength, or did you just use gravity to help you?
I will accept when I'm beaten, even if he wishes to cheat. But anyway,
And also, darling, you did get about 6,000 millimeters off of the fucking thing, so congratulations. Where's the hexagon? I got distracted.
You see, Reggie feels like his honor has been questioned, and he goes, "Well, if that is the case," and he turns, gives five silver, takes them all, and just fucking smacks the fucking thing without actually jumping.
All right, athletics check for me, please.
As he walks up to do that, Lucian just stirs his drink with his finger and rings it first.
So that's a natural 14 for a 21.
Still.
Anger and frustration that his might has been questioned. You see the fury within this Harrigan as his muscles pulse and ripple as he takes them all after having shoved 5 silver at this individual and just hammers it down. And before even the flump was expecting it, you just hear a gush of water as it is jettisoned up out of the tube.
yay!
And cheering around as everyone stops to see this flump that now, as it's out, begins to fly around, and it's just like and the individual who is, to anybody studied, you would know this to be a Githyanki. Peculiar in a Feywild carnival, but you see him look up and grin and just, now that was impressive, my kind sir. Would you like a carnival prize?
Yes, if you would just be so kind as to give me a moment. And he kind of turns, throws them all at Lucy's feet and goes, "Be careful with that. I don't want you to get hurt. Now, about my prize?"
Well, absolutely. We have a lot to choose from. We have this amazing wand, and puts it, like, kind of makes it levitate, like, on the water. We have this little special bean, and we have this. And he pulls out some small little pink fluffy handcuffs and dangles them.
Well, I have to say, and not to sound like I'm looking a gift unicorn in the mouth, but the last time I was at an event like this, I took home a small fish. It was orange in color, and that thing lasted years. Do you have anything of that kind?
You want a fish?
I'm not saying... I'm just saying it was possibly the best prize that I have ever won at a fair. It is still at my home. I call him Desmond. However, these 3 gifts, they look marvelous. Let me think and let me see here. And I will inspect all 3 to kind of see what they... I mean, you don't need to describe them again, but he's just kind of like looking at them all.
Sizing them up, yeah.
You know, I'm torn. I don't know if Reggie's a fluffy handcuff kind of guy.
He's a fluffy kind of guy.
Yeah.
Do it. Get the handcuffs. Get the fluffy hand.
I don't know.
6, 1 to 3 is a yes. And
No,
4
I don't
to
know.
6.
I don't know if I should.
Are we watching all this
I
from
think-
a bubble?
I think I will.
I will get to you in a second.
I know,
yeah.
I'm just
But
joking,
yes, you
joking.
will be.
I think. I don't trust you. But I will actually take the bean.
You'll take the bean. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
You see Freya's confusion of why the hell wouldn't you've taken the handcuffs? Like, oh, okay.
Same as
Yep.
All right. Note that you have a bean.
Cool. And then as I walk back up to Freya and Lucy and go, well, I did not think it would be fair to best you at your own challenge and then take the prize that you had wanted. So I've left it there for you to claim yourself.
I hope you enjoy your bean.
You can flick it if you like.
Oh, come on.
No. We were all thinking it. There was no need. There was... Christ. And then, yeah, I will turn and just kind of like wink at Lucy as I walk past, like look at them all, look at him, wink, and then just walk to see where everyone else is.
Okay. I am just going to quickly cut to Eros and Falspar, who are currently being greeted by a goblin individual with a fine top and tail suit. And he's just saying the exact same spiel as before. Just like, all right, can I see your bramble thickets? And then up in the toilet trouble you go, and you'll get the best view of the circus.
Is there enough space for both of us to go together? I know he's big, but
I think so.
Ooh.
If you perch on his shoulder, that'll be absolutely fine.
What tickets do we need?
I'll pull out my ticket to the carnival. Come on.
Oh.
Amazing stuff.
We
And
should be able
kind of
to-
like goes and kind of just almost scans the ticket and just just saying your flower crown, it might need a bit of a watering soon. It's beginning to droop a bit. Can I have your ticket?
Yes. It's here somewhere. So one looks around for a minute and pulls it out of like a back pocket.
Right, all right, that seems to be all right. Okay, up on board, and as I say, make sure that your short form stays in the toilet trouble at all times. Be careful and enjoy the show.
Crystal clear. And I'll start like kind of. I'll go up to like. Sorry, I'll just go up to Eris's back and like almost like my wings are flapping and I'm not really moving him, but I'm like trying to push him into the tree trunk or whatever it is, or the teapot.
Teapot, yeah.
Yeah, I'll allow Falspar to think he's pushing me.
Fair.
I'm definitely not.
All right. You enter the close confines of this teapot, and it just seems to be a metal interior, but there is some kind of arcane sigil on the floor that, as you step into it, begins to light up and glow blue. And as it does, almost like blowing a bubble, it opens and the bubble begins to merge and form around you guys. You feel quite claustrophobic for a moment before you find yourself, the pressure building, and you find yourself being forced up and out. And as you emerge from the top of this kettle, the bubble begins to spin a bit as you're trying to find your footing, and especially Eros not being used to being in the air. Kind of walking with the bubble a bit, and it starts moving off course slightly before you kind of stable yourself.
Easy. There's two of us in here.
This is my first time.
And like you can see, Falspar is like, even though we're like sort of just ascending up over the castle and getting with you, Falspar's arms are crossed, and he's like looking quite with not with like harsh daggers, but he's like scoping you out quite a lot. You said you were all about the balance, right?
I did. I'm quite surprised you wanted to come on this ride.
I don't give a shit about the ride, mate. I wanted to talk to you.
That
Listen,
makes more sense.
you're not from round here, all right? I can smell the Feywild all over the rest of them, but yours is a bit more benign. I don't mean that in a bad way. You're not
You are
Fey touched.
quite keen-eyed.
More than that. Listen, you are touched by something, though. Something not of this place. That's why I think maybe I can trust you.
Trust me with what exactly?
Well, the balance. Isn't it obvious?
Uh,
This whole circus, what do you know about it?
Absolutely nothing.
Good. But let me tell you, this whole thing they put on, it's got nothing to do with me.
But
It's the Seelie
said-
and Unseelie courts come together to put on this show.
and
Things aren't right this time around.
who are these, the Seelie and Unseelie courts?
Oh bloody hell! How long is this bubble going to last? Right. Basically, they're the two ruling courts of the Fey realm. Kind of like you've got kings in your lands. If there were two kings each ruling, I mean, they're not really lands. It's more of a concept or a plane. This is going to take too long. All you need to know is they're the ones in charge. And while they're kind of opposites of each other, they're not always at odds with each other. They cooperate on some things, this carnival being one of them. But it seems like someone isn't playing ball. And that's why I'm here.
You suspect someone of a member of one of these courts to have ill intent?
Certainly seems that way. In fact, I suspect everyone to have ill intent. Everyone, Eros, except for you. You just seem like you haven't got a clue what's going on. And that's why I like you.
To be honest, I'm going to be honest with you, Felspar.
We'll see about that, won't we?
I
on.
was told to come here by someone very important.
And who's that?
Let me make sure I get the name up. That's it, Erathith. By Erathis.
Does that name ring any bells to me as a member of either of the Fey Courts?
No.
Okay.
Does that name ring a bell to you?
Not Dicky Bird, no. Never heard of him.
And it seems we are both unwillingly serving similar masters for different reasons.
Oh, I never told you who I'm serving.
You said you serve the balance.
In a manner
Is
of
that a
speaking.
lie?
Or sometimes you serve the balance by not serving either side. Sometimes you serve the balance by serving both. All I know is this place is unbalanced.
What?
I'm still trying to figure it out.
What do you know?
This is
The
another reason
cloaked
why.
serpent.
Oh, there's no need for that. So what I do know, which is why I wanted to speak to you in particular, you've got a bit of a celestial nature about you. Don't know if you know that.
I'll pull out my amulet.
Well, then you should be probably quite concerned about what's down there in that tent.
The unicorns.
There's no unicorns in there, but there ain't no horses either. Whatever's down there is an aberration. Now, I've not gone after many of them. Not really my line of work. But I don't think I've seen too many around here either.
They are
Doesn't feel right to me.
meant to be here.
Well, again, I'm not quite sure. They seem pretty convinced that whatever's in that tent is meant to be here. And that Titania herself, who, in case you're not keeping up, is the head of the summer court, of the city court.
ordered those things to come here herself. So
And
either she
do you
wants them
think-
here or she doesn't know what they are.
So you believe someone is playing a trick on the Sealy court, or the Sealy court is playing a trick on someone else?
Yes. Which of the two, I'm not sure.
And
I also don't know who any of them lot down there are working for. What
And yet-
intentions they have.
you chose to trust me. This.
Call it a hunch. Hope you don't prove me wrong. You're not going to prove me wrong, are you, Arius? You're trustworthy, aren't you? You're not here for any other ulterior motive, are you?
I am here to do one thing. That
Which
which
is-
I was told to do. And I'll just hold out my hand.
And what were you told to do?
I was told that there was a disruption in the balance.
So I was right. Got it again. Should have never doubted myself. I knew there was something going on.
As you guys are having this conversation and rising up and up in this bubble, you see the carnival grounds laid out before you, and you also spot your companions. You see Oneros making his way to a Furbolg individual and a path that from this height you see curves upwards up a slightly steep hill, a bit of a climb, which then opens into this vast expanse of a labyrinth. A maze that seems to stretch beyond what the eye can see. And with that, we go down to Oneros as you approach the Furbolg, who again is just keeping on checking over his shoulder up the pathway.
I'm just gonna walk up next to him, looking at the same pathway. Ever thought about going in?
My son, he went in. I'm waiting for him. It's been a while.
Your son?
My son, aye.
How long has he been gone?
Not a couple of hours. I think I might go in and see where he is. He was very excited. He really wanted to go.
How old is your son?
Oh, he's 6 this month.
Did he go alone? Did he go with other children as well, or?
He went with Jerome, and he gestures over to the other Furbolg, who kind of is like groggily, like walking, slightly drunk, with a tankard in hand, and he goes, "What do you want?" And he goes, "Your Fiona, she went up there too, didn't she?" And he's like, "Yes, she did. She did. It's not been too long though. I've only had a couple." Oh, and notices that the tankard is still completely full. And he's like, "About a couple of pints. Like, it's not been that long." And the other just goes, "You know what you're like. That could have been an eternity from now. I need to go in. I need to go find them."
Do you know what? Better if you stay here. If they come out, then it's better for them to, have their parents here, not being inside the same maze as them, trying to find them. Do you know what I mean?
You've got a good point. I just... Oh, I don't
Okay,
know.
don't tell anyone, right? Don't tell anyone, but I can go in and look for them.
Are you sure?
Yeah, sure. Just say that some stranger went looking to help. Don't really need to mention me, right?
I don't know if you should go alone.
It's fine. You see these guys, and I point towards the Hammer Time crew.
So you've got the Hammer Time crew. At this point, Reggie has slam dunked, and Freya has had a bit of a measly attempt, and Reggie's readying up to go for a second swing. And at this point, you also see a Dragonborn with a fairy atop his shoulder rising from a bubble out of a giant teapot.
And I saw that if the bubble explodes, they
gently fall. Yeah.
Gently fall down. Tell you what, I have acquaintances, partners, so to speak. Them over there and the scaly one and the toothpick and the bubble.
Bubble boys.
Bubble boys, whoop, whoop.
Bubble boys and Hammer Time crew. Let's go.
Let them know that I'll go in and look for them, and tell them that I could use the help. Okay? Just don't tell anyone else.
So just those guys.
Hammer Time crew and Bubble Boys, yeah.
Hammer Time crew, Bubble Boys. Okay, I'll do that when they come down. All right, I can do that. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that.
No worries. They'll probably come down soon. Actually, you know what? This might make it go a little bit quicker, and I'll take a dagger out of my pouch, and I'm gonna see if I can chuck it at the balloon.
Roll me a ranged attack, and it will be with disadvantage.
Oh shit!
I'm sorry, it's outside of the 60-foot range.
I mean, fair enough. That's fine. The first one was an 18. This one is a natural 17.
Oh shit!
Where's my attack rolls? Hello, new character. Who this?
Do you propose happens if this bubble were to pop?
And on that,
I'll be fine. I don't know about you. You look a bit too big to carry, mate.
Right by your head, Eros, you see a dagger right through the bubble, and for a moment, it stops. And then all of a sudden, in a sprinkle of glitter, it explodes, and you begin to plummet.
Plummet. Oh, for God's sake.
No.
And then your pace slows, and you begin to rock slightly, and are gently lowered to the ground.
And like while he's like slowly descending down, I'll just kind of fly up next to him, and I'll just be like,
Just remember, be on your guard. Things aren't always what they seem around here.
Well,
Least of all, whatever's in that bloody tent.
someone just threw a dagger into us, so I'd say that's...
Oh yeah, that was an area. I saw him winding up. I don't want to see what happened.
And I'm just, if I can catch that, I am just gonna nod in towards the maze and start heading.
Yeah. So you see them begin to make the climb up the stone steps towards the maze that you've seen from the air above.
with the others as well.
No. Nope. Just them.
Okay.
Can I see the others?
You can see the others. At this point, a maul has been dropped by Lucian's feet. Reggie has gone to approach the two of you as you land, and a wink has been shot. I'm not sure what Freya is doing. I almost called you Feathers. What Freya is doing.
Oh, she's following along thoroughly. Admonished.
They're coming with us. They haven't.
They're joining you.
Right.
Seems,
Okay.
yes.
Seems like Bush Boy over there wants something.
The Githyanki turns to you, Lucian, and she goes, "So, would you like a go?"
Oh, that's a loaded question. Yes. Not me.
Oh,
I
God.
mean, if you're interested, I will be having a break soon.
My God, everyone's horny here.
Like he quickly turns around,
It's
sort
the
of
carnival.
where everyone's going. He's like, hold that thought. I feel like my buddies are doing something. Just between you and me, can you say whack it as hard as you can one more time?
Oh my God.
The subtlety has gone out the window.
He's never subtle about it.
He just kind of looks at you and like opens his arms and goes, "Back it as hard as you can."
You see like a visible shiver go. Like, oh, that would do. I will find you later. Well, think of Zachary, he just sort of saunters off towards his friends, looks back and like, what are you lot doing?
Neros seems to want us to go in the maze.
The maze?
Yeah, we saw it from up there.
At this point, the Furbolg individual kind of goes towards you, quite slow moving. She's, "I'm sorry, are you Hammer Time Bubble Boys?"
I'm sorry, what?
I'm sorry, did you mean that in some kind of offense?
No, that's what they referred to you as. Hammer Time Bubble Boys.
Oh, I
I
see.
like that.
Right.
Basically, your friend said he could do with your help. He's going to the maze. My son, he hasn't come out in a few hours, and I'm worried. I was going to go in, but they made the very valid point that I should probably stay here in case he does come out. So I think they've gone off to go find him with his friend. So if you could help.
Sorry.
Don't you worry. We'll get right on that. If you would like to just get yourself some refreshments and wait towards the entrance of the maze, as soon as we are done, we shall come and find you. Rest easy. Your troubles will be over soon.
What sort of maze is it? Do you know?
And he just kind of gestures over his shoulders to the massive programmed illusion that just says Maze of Desires. I think it's one of those that's different for everyone. It's meant to be like a really exciting thing for the kids to see what they want to see and have their wildest dreams come true for a little bit, and it's just a bit of fun. But
You see, I look towards Lucian. I'm like, that sounds like my sort of place.
Well, as I said, as soon as we are done, we shall come and find you. Thank you for bringing this to our attention.
Thank you. I really do appreciate it.
I just have to say your beard is magnificent. Really.
I do try. My husband, he doesn't like it, but it's quite a new addition, so trying to grow it in.
Well, let's go find Onerios then.
Well,
Oneros.
before we do, I do have something that I wish to discuss with y'all.
Yeah, sorry, what's the boy's name? That might help if we're like shouting it out, you know? Just so we know.
Anybody watching? I cannot remember what I said originally.
Bob.
I think it was Sammy. Sammy. My boy's name is Sammy.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's
And Fiona is his friend that's with him.
Oh, so not alone. Okay.
No. They
And
went
the-
in together.
And they have, just to clarify, they have both yet to return.
Aye.
What manner of creature are they? Like you?
Aye, they're both furbolgs.
Faustbar, you can't just ask what manner of creature people are. It's rude.
Just
That's literally my job.
I apologize.
I mean,
any social grace.
No, it's
Your son and his friend called
Aye.
Fiona
aye,
have gone into a maze of
Aye.
desire.
aye.
Desire. I thought it said disarray. Didn't know what it was.
They're kids, they're Eros. Don't.
Well,
Sorry.
as I said, we shall get on that most quickly. Thank you again for bringing this to our attention. Now,
Thank you.
my friends, if you do have just a moment before we go rushing off into the maze of desires.
I think we all know what the dumpster is for this crew.
And then I'm just going to wait for the furball to walk away from everyone.
The football kind of doesn't realize it's a cue to leave, and then just kind of goes, sorry, and goes back to his friend who is downing more of his drink.
Now, before we go diving and running in after Oneros, something that has struck me as quite odd. This seems to be not the first case we've heard of since appearing here that children have been going missing. If you
I've heard something about that in coming in.
yes.
A couple that were arguing.
Now, I don't know why, but that strike one time is a coincidence. 2 times, not so much. There is obviously some foulness going on here. And I intend to find...
Here, I assumed this was an adults only kind of gig.
I mean, if you look around, most of this is catered towards the small folk.
All the exceptionally drunk or people who like fun. I mean, it's...
Lucian thinks that he's at hedonism.
Well, just something to bear in mind and have some consideration for as we go ahead.
Elspar, when you first came in, you heard children gone missing.
Yeah, a couple at the front, a little halfling and an elf were talking to someone. He didn't seem too worried about it though.
That's concerning. So that's 3 children we know of now.
I suppose it is a bit concerning, yeah.
They weren't the same children. That's a 3rd child.
Yes, so the one from before and these 2.
Yeah,
Does anyone-
math checks out.
And I haven't noticed, I've noticed that there is no children at all.
Yep.
Why are we laughing?
Just because
Math checks out.
Just because, yeah, math checks out. Yep, math checks out.
1, 2, 3, yep. All accounted for.
Okay, so yeah, kids are normally at these things, so
Can we
there
have
may
a...
be much more.
Yeah, can I have a look around to see if there are actually any children about now? Like, I want to look around to see if there's anyone kind of like looking around for something, like they've lost something.
I can help him with that as well, because
Alright,
I'm 100%
roll me-
with start swiveling, so...
Roll me perception with advantage then.
Ooh, that's a natural 18, so we'll take that. I'll roll again just in case, but with an 18, it's 20. Yeah, 20.
All right, with 20, you're kind of scanning the crowds, and you see an individual with a back turned who looks to have the stature of a child, and you kind of go to point it out to Freya, but then they kind of turn around to go have a conversation, to have a chat with somebody else, and you notice it is simply a halfling. That was a very loud, aggressive opening.
I'm sorry!
All good.
But kind of, you're not just keeping an eye out, your ears begin to twitch. And up in the direction that Aniris has gone, you swear you hear a childish giggle. And with that, we're going to end the episode.
Ah.
Oh, God.
Oh,
Such a good session, though, man. That was so
Yeah,
good, so
yeah.
good.
So, I apologize for occasional drops in accents. I haven't DM'd in a while.
Me too.
Haven't DM'd for a while, and this is a load of chaos to deal with. But thank you guys for sticking around and watching. And if you haven't already, be sure to give us a follow. If you weren't able to catch the full stream, head over to YouTube on Friday. We will be uploading to Tales on Tap. All of our socials, as Dan said at the beginning, are in our description about stuff below. And remember,
Different things.
when elephants fight, it's the grass that gets hurt.
Oh, it's so good!